good afternoon. How are we doing? It is almost noon, actually. Getting on a little bit late today. I stayed out again really late last night, and I didn't want to like rush to get on this morning. We slept in today. I did. I slept in. I took a shower. I slowly got ready. My girlfriend got some groceries, so I helped unload all that. I was just like, I'm not doing today. I'm just not gonna function. So, yeah, decided, why not just make it a chill day? So, yeah. I mean, I was out driving last night for another like 12 hours, and it was awful. But hey, it's okay. We're back. We're back. Now I get basically 2 weeks of where I'm not going to be driving for like 2 weeks, so I get next weekend. I've got my stepdad's funeral. Well, not funeral, but celebration of life. Only Sam and I are on. We can do Giants in the meantime. You still want a crown? Yeah, I can go. I can get on Criddle anytime. But if you guys want to go now, Esar, we can go now. I'm still camped out right there at same spot. So you let me know, and I can jump on. Linthus is on as well. I'm lurking while doing housework. What class are you playing today? Right now I'm on my Beastmaster, but I'll probably switch to my fighter here soon. We're gonna keep camping something that Esar wants, so. So yeah, we're just just kind of having a chill. Just a chill day. Condolences to your stepdad's passing. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, he passed about 4 months ago, or so. And yeah, my mom is finally setting up the celebration of life for him. So we're gonna go do that next weekend. So I will be gone next weekend, which doesn't work very well, I don't think, with this game's release of stuff. They seem to like to release stuff when I am super busy, and then they don't release stuff when I am available. So, wait, can I melee while sitting? Oh no, okay. But you know, such is life. They're gonna give us a big patch probably on Tuesday. So I don't know what's gonna be in that patch, but might mean raids are available next weekend. Finally found the start stream button. I did find it, yeah. I'm late today. I apologize. Thank you so much, Ketalone. I appreciate it. Yeah, I stayed out way too late. Friday night and Saturday night driving. Trying to work as much as I can so that I can stream as much as I can. It's a whole thing. Was out late last night too? Yeah? You get to the content when you come back? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we'll get to it. I'm not too concerned with it. You know, it's still beta, so it's not a big deal. somebody pulling these mobs over here? There's that guy over there. Birthday party for your buddy at 40 hurts these days? Oh, yeah. Sure does. Sure does. Yeah, I was just out driving, working. I was driving the birthday partiers around. I actually picked up one girl. Like, there's a whole group of people, a bunch of them. And I guess it was one girl's birthday. And they were all out celebrating her birthday. And I picked her up and like 2 other people. They're having a good time. Cold brew, Coke, Pepsi. It's a soda. It's Coca-Cola. I decided to treat myself this morning to a Coca-Cola. Well, there's not a lot of singles over here that I can pull. All the single poachers. All the single poachers. I could pull the herbalist. I don't know where the herbalist went. Oh, there it is. I could try to kill the herbalist, but these things wreck me, man. Because they have a damage shield. So they just destroy. But we can try it, see what happens. My gosh, dude. Look how fast his health is going down. Like, it's just nuts how quickly the damage shield will kill a Beastmaster's pet. Like, you just can't... I can't really solo this thing. I'm gonna try, but very difficult to do. It's gonna take literally all of my mana. If you're unaware, at some point a new setting appeared in Twitch security settings for training generative AI. You opt out of it. You don't want to participate. It's on by default. Yeah, somebody was telling me the other day about that. I need to look into it. I do need to look into that. Look at this. I'm going through multiple bandages and a full mana bar, and this thing is still wrecking me. Like, what the heck, dude? Why is the herbalist so hard? Do the belt camp and glass fats? Okay. We can do that. Golly. Look at that. I'm at like 25% health. My pet's at 50% health. I use multiple bandages. And all of my mana. For one mob. All because the only reason is damage shield. Literally it. Nuts. That is just nuts. Do we need more crowns? I don't know. I don't even know what crown you're talking about. Is there like the crown off of that Cal, whatever, the Beastmaster guy? Yeah, I didn't even realize he dropped that until you were saying it the other day. Yeah, did you want to do that now? Like, go do something now or what? I can run over wherever. I'm at the Giants right now, so I can log in at the Giants or I can run somewhere else. Rain begins to fall. Of course it does. Of course it does. I just had shelter. What class in this game is more of a brawler, fighter, in your face, punch and nose type? The monk is definitely like that. But it's also a pulling class. The like in your face type is going to be a fighter, really. That's the only one. With dual wield and double attack, and then just kind of like stands there and kind of tanks. It's a tank class. There isn't really one that's like a brawler though, like that, other than maybe a monk. But it's the monk is also a puller. Yeah, there's nothing rogue or spellblade. You don't want to be a puller. So the rogue is a melee character, but it's you want to be behind them for backstab. So you don't really want to be in somebody's face or in an enemy's face. The Spellblade is also a melee class. Pretty much, if you're not tanking, you want to be behind the mob. Is the best way to be. You don't really want to ever be in front of it unless you're a tank. Oh my gosh, is that guy going to stop for like a split second so I can pull it? Nice. So yeah, like unless you want to tank, you don't want to be in the face of a mob ever. Like there's tanks and then there's DPS. But yeah, if you just want to a melee, you can just do a Spellblade, Rogue, Beastmaster. Those are all melee classes that are just DPS. But the Spellblade is going to have some more abilities that you're going to have to be pushing. Melee always wants to be behind the mob, so you can't parry or block. Yeah, exactly. You always want to try to be behind the mob. Do we know if Nitro's Gold is working on a new trailer for EA launch? Maybe something to help build hype and show off the game? Not that I'm aware of. If I was good at that kind of stuff, I'd make a trailer for them, but I'm not very good at editing videos and I mean, I guess I could just take a bunch of footage and just kind of piece it together, but I don't know if they're planning on doing that or not. I have no clue. Their last one was a little bit weird. Their last like EA video thing that they did. Like it had a weird sound quality to it. I don't know what was going on. The B-roll? Yeah, I think it was a B-roll video. Yeah, the sound was really off on it. Something happened with that. There's like a lot of static or something, like it was raining in every single image. The video is cool, like as far as showing off the world and such, but oh no, that guy's already going back. Get sheltered here, but I don't have a campfire close enough. I should have put my campfire closer to a tree. A tree! A tree! I think right now, like if raids were in the game right now, Beastmasters would be very high on the list of classes you want for a raid. And you'd have like 2 or 3 Beastmasters with a Wasp pet to try to get that slow on as quickly as possible. Because if you had 3 Beastmasters, you could literally send all 3 pets. And then I think they stack and instantly get a 30% slow. Ideally, you have a shaman or enchanter landing a slow before the pets even engage. Well, yeah, but that's not going to be possible with raid bosses, most likely. I mean, how we used to do it in EverQuest is you pull the boss, the tank would use a defensive cooldown, and then everybody would try to slow it as quickly as possible. So in this case, send in... You could like send in the tank, pull the mob, and then immediately send in 3 pets. Is what I'm saying, and like get that 30% on while the shaman and enchanter are casting and trying to get it. Once they get the balance there, with the resist and everything, like raid bosses will be resisting a lot. It's going to take many casts of the spell to get a boss debuffed, you would think. At least that's how we used to do it in EverQuest. You gotta. It sometimes took like 60 seconds of multiple people trying to slow it before the slow would actually land. If Fallen Watch unlocks Tuesday, yeah, I'll check it out for sure. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Yeah, if it launches on Tuesday. Alright, I'm on Criddle at the Giants. The Giants. Yeah, Fallen Watch is going to be a dungeon. It's going to be the highest level dungeon in the game. Like from level 40 to 60, it's supposed to be massive. So you can use down-ranked abilities and they don't share the same cooldown. Maybe. If you can, it's probably not intended. The only one that might be intended that way is the Bard. Bard damaging dot things that they do. They're rifts. How many people are expected? We have no idea. Yeah, that it's just supposed to be a large dungeon. That's all they said. They did not say like how big it is or anything like that. Shot said they may make it 3 separate zones. Yeah, he did say they may make it multiple zones, but yeah, we'll see. I use 2 ranks of Poison Dot on your Necro. Is it the same? Yeah, same spell line, but different ranks. Yeah, I don't think that they're meant to be stacked that way, but some of them might. It really is going to depend on the ability. Like some stacking is possible, some stacking is probably not possible. He said it was so big they may split it in different zones. Yeah, I was thinking the kick for monks to try and get more celestial strike cooldowns. I doubt those are going to be on the same cooldown. Like, so like if I look at my abilities, if you look at it right here, this ability shares a cooldown with Cleave and Frenzy. And then you have abilities like this, and it says this ability shares a cooldown with other might abilities. But the problem with that is might ability. This ability shares a cooldown with other might abilities. These two do not share cooldowns with each other. So you never really know. And you don't know what the intent of the devs is because it's, you know, like I hate to pick on the devs this early in the stream, but I'm going to pick on them a little bit early in the stream today. This doesn't make sense, right? So Rend shares a cooldown specifically with Cleave, Feint, Frenzy, and Bash. Right, as you can see. Well, no, sorry. It resets these abilities, but it shares a cooldown with might abilities, whereas this one is Cleave and Frenzy only. So like Feint and Frenzy, which is down here, these two share cooldown, but they're both might. But Rend is also a might ability and doesn't share a cooldown with either of these. So, and then I think, yeah, Armor Break is also a might ability and doesn't share a cooldown with any of these. So, like, they need to remove the Rend here. This ability shares a cooldown with might abilities. They need to remove that if it's not supposed to share a cooldown, because it doesn't. So it's just really confusing. Along with some tweaks to fighter, monk, cleric. Let's hope that fixes that. Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know if it's intended or not. Like, this may not even be intended that it shares, like, it's Rend. It's just supposed to give you... It's like their main bread and butter ability, which gives them more threat. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what their intent is half the time. I don't think they know what their intent is half the time. Like, I think that the dev that created it knows what they want to do, but then another dev that's balancing it probably knows what they want to do, and I feel like a lot of times they don't communicate very well. Stuff like that is common in this game, and it shouldn't be as common as it is. So, good afternoon, I don't give a damn. How are you? So, yeah, anyway, going back to the do abilities stack, do they share cooldowns, etc.? I have no idea. If you want to try something, you just have to try it and see. Sometimes they will stack, sometimes they won't stack. Sometimes they're intended to stack, sometimes they're not intended to stack. So it could be a bug, it could not be a bug. Why do you think that exists? Should this lack of communication have been identified and worked on? Absolutely should have been identified and worked on a long time ago. The reason it exists, in my opinion, is because they don't have a community manager and they don't want a community manager. Sean has said many times that he prefers people to be able to work independently, which is fine if everybody has the same exact vision for the game. But they don't, is the problem. Are we going the right way? I think we're going the right way. Yeah, because that's so... Okay, yeah. But that's the problem, is the different devs have different ideas of what the game should be or shouldn't be. And they communicate with it through, like, they have a thing called Slack, which is a communication tool where they chat back and forth about different things and whatnot. So, like, yes, that does happen. They do communicate. It's not that they don't communicate at all. They have an idea of what they want out of the game in, like, total. But, yeah, abilities like this just they slip through the cracks because, you know, one dev doesn't fully understand everything that's going on in the game. and then another dev also doesn't fully understand, and they're working on 2 different things. So it would be really nice to have a project manager of some sort on this game. It'd be really nice. But they don't want to do that, and that's fine. They don't have to. It's their game. They can build it however they want. But it would really help out with some of the inconsistencies. And why is Sam so fast? Dude, he's booking it. Oh, that's right. He's got that 15%. I guess that stacks. Does that 15% run speed stack with Speed of the Wild? Because he's running way faster. Oh, Hunter's Chase. Ah, okay. I don't have that ability yet on my Beastmaster. Didn't they fire the last one? Nick is no longer on the team. That's all I know. That's all anybody knows except for the team. Whether he got fired, whether he left, whatever happened, happened. There's a lot of speculation that he was removed from the team, yes. But I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on it because I don't know. I mean, nobody does except for the team. And probably even the team doesn't even know exactly what's going on. Like I would imagine only a few people, like Sean, Ali, you know, a few people know exactly what's happening. Or exactly what happened with Nick. As a community manager, may help smooth over some of the communication with the community too, like new Discord channels randomly popping up, then being closed down while they're trying to migrate one forms. Well, yeah, that's another issue. Community manager would also be helpful in this game, I feel like, because it would alleviate some of that. Somebody that actually just deals with the community and deals with the, like they take the feedback, they read through the feedback, they present that to a project manager, then the project manager, you know, deals with stuff. Like, it would be really nice to have like a little bit of a hierarchy. The problem, like what Sean is trying to prevent, is having, you know, a bunch of different managers and then a bunch of different developers, and then, you know, and like this like pyramids thing where these managers are just always having meetings all day, you know, not really getting anything done. They're just having meetings on top of meetings on top of meetings. So he's trying to prevent that. Plus, those are people you have to pay, right? Like, middle management oftentimes is like a cost to a company without much of a benefit to the company. And you have to kind of weigh the cost benefit and all that kind of stuff. But that comes down to a whole business side of things. That's a completely different thing, which these guys are trying to develop a game. I'm sure they have, you know, a business model. They've got some people that are business focused within the team, but they're trying to do it a different approach. And that different approach can be good and it can be bad. The good is less people that are on the payroll, so less cost. You know, once they actually start paying people, it brings the cost way down. The bad is it's a bit more disorganized. So which one is better? You know, less cost or more organization? And you have to find a balance there. If you hire too many middle managers, the cost goes way up and it becomes more disorganized. It's what they like, it's the whole group think thing, whatever that's called. So anyway, it's called group think, where you put too many people, too many cooks in the kitchen. You've heard that analogy? That's group think. So when you have too many people all trying to work together, it becomes less productive. So you need to find a balance there, and they're still working on that. They're hopefully they will find a balance. But yeah, I mean, I pick on the team quite a bit about things. And I really think that a community manager, just one community manager and one project manager would be very helpful for them, or just one person on the team taking control of that, taking that lead. You know, they don't need to hire a new person necessarily, but they need to have one person that's like one go-to person for that, rather than the team just kind of being like, whatever, you know. Right now, for example, we have 2 different people that are working on the classes. Well, they're probably working on the classes in different ways. They're probably communicating. I'm going to guess. I'm going to assume that they're communicating. But they're probably also working independently. And then you have other people that are looking at balance. The first 2 people don't seem to be looking at balance as much. I'm sure they are. Like, I know that I'm saying this in probably a way that the devs would be very offended by the way I'm saying it. What do you mean we don't look at balance at all? I'm sure they do look at it, but that's not their focus. Their focus is getting the abilities in and trying to get them working properly. Their secondary focus is balance, which means that there's probably a different group of people that are trying to balance the stuff. Then it's like, okay, well, this dev that's creating it is expecting it to be used in this way. This dev that's balancing it is using it in this way, and they're trying to balance it based on this, whereas this dev intended for this, and that communication isn't happening enough. So I'm sure everything I'm saying the devs would defend and say, no, we are doing that. We are doing that. We are doing that. And all I can say to that is you're not doing a good job of it. If you are doing that, you're doing a bad job. You need to change something. Something needs to change because it's not coming across to us as the customer in the way that they are intending, right? So whether they're doing it or not doing it doesn't really matter. The point is that once we receive it, it's not good. It's not where it should be. That will certainly help for our tighter focus and more consistent message. I agree. Yeah. It would be nice. But again, do they want to hire on a community manager and a project manager and, have to, now we got to split money and they have to make more money and, all that. It becomes, it's a cost. It's a cost to, like, their bottom line. Can they afford to do that? And that's where, like, some people are saying that making an MMO takes $100 million or more, because you need to have developers, you need to have project managers, you need to have like all these different things. And this particular company is trying to not do that and see if they can actually make a game. And so far they've done a decent job, but I don't think they've done a good enough job, in my opinion, to sell anything, Like, what if you were going to buy a car and you had one person that worked, like one person that worked on one thing and one person that worked on something else, and the car just comes out and it's just like, what the heck is this? Like, it's not designed properly. You have the wheels on the roof because somebody's like, I think the wheels should go on the roof. Like, what? Of course, on a car, everybody knows that the wheels go underneath the car. But you get my point. Is like somebody could just be like, oh, I'm going to try something new today. And they're going to put, a fifth wheel randomly on the car somewhere. And it's like, well, why did you do that? What was the point of that? The other people don't know. So, like Homer's car, yeah. I think it's not a priority for them at the moment. They're building, create a lot of things. Probably they are right now. I think the priority that they have is getting the abilities into the game, getting these classes finished, that kind of stuff, which is fine on like a design perspective, but it's not going to be good on a player perspective. It's everything, it's just, we're going to get into it and we're going to find a lot of issues, a lot of very simple bugs. For example, this one right here where it says this ability shares a cooldown with other might abilities, but it doesn't trigger this one, which is a might ability. It doesn't trigger this one, which is a might ability. It doesn't trigger this one, which is a might. All 4 of these are might abilities, and this ability, Rend, does not cause these others to go on cooldown. Now, is it that this line needs to be removed because it's not supposed to? Or is it actually, is Rend supposed to cause these other ones to go on cooldown? That's the question. But if this one grants you a chance to reset Cleave, Feint, Frenzy, and Shield Bash, well, this is Feint and this is Frenzy. So why would this ability cause these 2 to go on cooldown when it's supposed to have a chance to reset both of those abilities? That's where the confusion comes in, right? That's where it's like, okay, well, how is it supposed to work? And we don't know as the customer. The devs are supposed to know that. So, yeah, that's it's just very confusing, right? It's just disorganized is the best way to say it. Somebody labeled something incorrectly. For soloing, how close do you think the Beastmaster, Enchanter, Necro in terms of speed? Beastmaster is way behind the Enchanter and Necromancer. The Beastmaster is a good soloer, but it is far behind. Like, Necromancer and Enchanter are the top 2, and then the next, 4 tiers is nothing. Then it gets to, your Beastmasters, your Elementalist. Well, Druid will also be... So it would go Necromancer, Enchanter up here at the top, and then probably, a line or 2, and then you would have Druid probably underneath that. Yeah, it's Beastmaster is 5th or 6th down, I would say. Clarity is the piece that is lacking. It is, yeah, it is. A 5th wheel in the rear would be OP for parallel parking. It could be, yeah. Very much could be. Yeah. So anyway, again, I'm not trying to pick on the devs. It does seem like I come across as I'm just trying to constantly pick on the devs. I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to point out where they could possibly make some improvements as far as the business side of things. There's a whole class that I took in college for my economics degree that was just efficiency. It was like an efficiency class. And I only took 1 or 2 of these classes. But that's a whole degree that people can take. And it very much will change the way that your company runs, make it way more efficient. Maybe some staffing might change since they have constant revenue flow coming in to potentially expand the areas. Maybe, but I doubt that's going to be the first priority. That's part of the issue. Is most likely... Oops, I tagged that ESAR. I don't know if that's going to come over here. It probably will. They kind of want to pay right now, from my understanding, is they want to pay their artists first, because their artists are the ones that are I don't know how to say this without coming across like the artists are the problem. The artists aren't the problem, but they are definitely the slowest to create content, and that's the reason why some of this game gets developed slowly, is because of the artist. That's not the problem. I don't know how else to say it. It takes time to create the art. A lot of time, so that they can design new zones. And they really want to get those artists paid, from my understanding. There's a reason the starving artist is a saying. They generally don't make a lot of money. What camp are we doing? We're going into it's called Hovarth or whatever. I don't know if it's Horvarth or just Hovarth. I can't remember which one it is. But anyway, it's the camp that drops the haste belt. Among other things. Oh, we don't have an enchanter, do we? Oh, shit. Come on, I got... Productivity is slower when you have to work in your free time. People got to eat. Well, I mean, kinda depends. Like, I could work on this game instead of streaming, or I could stream while working on this game. You know, that's kind of my job right now. But I don't work for the company. I am not a developer of this game by any means. I don't want people to get that confused. But like, it just depends on the type of person, like, and what they have time for. Like, Sean can work on this game 8 hours a day. And he's technically not paid to do so. He's kind of doing it because he enjoys it. But I would imagine that most people on the team are not that same way. I understand your point about having a balanced game, and from a player perspective, it is mandatory. I just think their focus right now should be on other things because, let's be honest, only high-level players or people who spend a lot of time in the beta get picky with those unbalanced stuff and small bugs, which, in my opinion, should be solved. So... You're right. You know, I'm not going to disagree with you that it's really only the high-level players, but you also have to think that a lot of people are not putting in time into this game because it's in beta. When it goes into early access, you're going to have far more high-level players, far more people pushing that higher-end content, and the game needs to be ready for that. So if they continue to take the laissez-faire approach where they're just like, we'll get to it when we get to it, well, that's going to cause a problem for later. Look at the Charm situation. They have left Charm in a very broken state for a very long time. We said it in alpha. They didn't fix it for beta. And in beta, people used it and abused it and got to high level and started camping mobs. And now it's becoming more and more and more and more prevalent. And that's just in the beta. So once the game actually launches in early access, if they haven't changed Charm, more people are going to start soloing, using Charm, getting to level 60 faster, and camping a bunch of mobs solo, and it's going to push more and more and more people into Charm classes. Then, at that point, they're going to go, oh, we see that it is a problem. They've already said this, by the way. But then they say, oh, we see this as a problem, and then they nerf it. Well, now you have a bunch of casual players that are super upset because their class was nerfed into the ground and they can no longer do what they used to do. That's where the problem is. The high playtime players are, in my opinion, the best beta testers, because beta testers, if you're a paid beta tester for a company, you're going to be doing the same content over and over and over and over and over. You're going to spend 40 hours a week just killing one monster, you know, to make sure that it works properly. Then you're going to spend 40 hours the next week, you know, running through this dungeon or whatever. Like, the casual players just don't know the problems yet, so they don't know to talk about them. It's not that they don't care about them. They just don't know they exist yet. That's the issue. And it's because they haven't played the game enough yet. So it hasn't affected them. Or they only play one character to level 20. Well, maybe they don't get the ability to level 21 or level 40 or level 50. You know, like, maybe that's the reason they haven't found it yet, is because they just haven't played the game enough. They don't understand the math behind it. They assume, this is another really big one, is the casual players assume the devs have taken the time to balance things. Look at the Beastmaster pets. There's a lot of casual players that are playing a Beastmaster and they're like, I'm going to choose a bear pet or a crocodile pet because The devs have said those are tank pets. They have yet to realize that the bear pet is not the best pet to use. In fact, the wasp pet will take less damage and has more threat. So is it not a better tank if it takes less damage and has more threat? Right? That's the problem with trying to be like, you know, to say that the average player or the casual player or whatever, like their opinion matters. It absolutely matters. But they haven't put the time in yet to really know what's broken, what's not broken, and what needs to be fixed. So yeah, the higher playtime, more hardcore players are absolutely going to be the ones complaining about it and talking about it, because the other players just don't know. They just have no clue. They just assume that everything works as intended. I am paying attention. I got him. We good? Yeah, we should be fine. We're okay. I was letting you guys take a little bit of hits, but I was gonna taunt off. I gotta save myself some, you know. All right. Anyway, Hello. What's the issue with Charm currently? Never used it. I've only really played Fighter, Ranger, and Rogue. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? And I'm not trying to pick on you specifically. Is it Chexel or Chex? I'm not trying to pick on you specifically, but since you brought it up, you've only played, you know, those 3 classes. So you don't know how Charm is broken. And so you're just like, Charm, you know, you see people using Charm, but you don't really get it. Can you pull for a second? Yeah, I can pull. Are we pulling towards, what, Costco? Oh, that's going to be 3 mobs. Don't pull these? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if we were pulling towards Costco or not. So anyway, to use your since you brought it up, you haven't even played a class with Charm. So like your perspective on Charm is nil. Like you just don't know, right? The problem with Charm is that it's a single spell on the Enchanter or on the other classes that can use Charm, but specific to the Enchanter. It's a single spell that gives the Enchanter the most DPS of any player in the game, because they can charm a mob, and a mob does more damage than any other player, period. End of subject. At level, right? So a level 50 player versus a level 50 mob, the level 50 mob will always do more damage. Always. I can't think of a single player that's going to do more damage than a level 50, right? So that's the issue with it, is that it's just too powerful of a single ability. On top of Charm, so Charm by itself is already extremely powerful. And then on top of that, the Enchanter has all these other abilities that they can do. So I'm not going to get into like all this stuff with Charm, but it's also too easy to hold. There's really very little risk to it, etc. So you're on point. It's outside my playstyle, so I have no idea how it's broken. Exactly. And that's not a problem. That's not a problem with you, right? That's a problem with the devs, because there's a lot of people in the game that just don't understand how another class plays. Like, would you feel okay? You're playing a Fighter, Ranger, and Rogue, I think is what you said. Would you be okay if you're playing a Rogue and the Enchanter was in your party and mezzing mobs, buffing the entire party, giving them haste, giving them clarity, debuffing the mobs? They have stun, they have slows, they have mana drains, they have all of those things, right, for the Enchanter. And you have DPS, but the Enchanter can also do more DPS than you. Would you be okay with that? Or are you okay with that? The Enchanter now does more DPS than you. It tanks better than you. You know, like, it's just Charm is, it's just strong. It's just too strong. seems like way too much utility. It is. That's the problem with it, right? It's way too much of everything. The enchanter just... if you take away charm from the enchanter, they still have a stupid amount of utility that they can bring to a party. And they're still going to be the most demanded singular class. Without charm, it will still be the most demanded singular class in a party. Yet they still have charm. Wait, what are we doing with this? Oh, we knocked that back and removed it. Okay. So, anyway, should they remove charm? No, I don't think they should remove it. They just need to balance it. Meanwhile, you have one or more of them concerned about things like whether See Invis and Sense Magic are one spell, lock in and class fundamentals. Yeah, that's another issue. You know, like, who cares? Who cares if See Invis and Sense Magic are the same spell or not? Like, yeah, it's anyway. There's so much to it, guys. There's so much to it. Would remove the DPS on Enchanter. Is it supposed to be a CC class, in my opinion? I agree, but other people don't agree. And that's where the problem comes in. And that's because the casual player... I don't even want to say the casual player. That's because the players with the lower playtimes... This is going back to the original conversation, right? That's going back to the player with the lower playtime just doesn't see these problems yet. It's not that the problems don't exist, they just aren't aware of the problem yet. I can't get that one. Jeez. Okay, good. We resisted it. Thank goodness. You guys kill that warden. I'm gonna interrupt this guy. Hang on, we gotta focus here for a second. We got repop plus... We're good. All right, we're good now. So anyway, that's all the issue is. Like, I'm not trying to... Like, it's not doom and gloom. It's just that there's a lot of work to be done. It's always funny when an enchanter joins the party and you go from 1 to 2 mobs per pull to 5 to 8 mobs without any issues. Yeah, you go to 5 to 8 mobs without issues and you're killing much, much, much faster. The enchanter right now is so good. Solo, it is so good in a group. It is so good in a raid. It is the singular best class in the game. Rampaging Spall. Those are the terrible ones, aren't they? Ain't nobody got time for that. Are these unique? They're not unique. Yeah, that's like one of his worst drops. A bag is placed under another bag in my bank, and I found a stack of wool in that bag. Jackpot. Nice. Awesome. Are you pulling, Isar? Okay. So anyway, that's kind of it. It's just checking. Okay. You know, it's not that the casual player or the low playtime player doesn't have a voice or shouldn't have a voice or anything like that. But the high playtime hardcore player is just going to experience more out of the game. They're just going to see the issues. So let's see what they do with Enchanter class updates. Yeah, like that's going to be a big change. They've already said what they want to do. They want to fix charm. Personally, I couldn't care less about charm, as we've spoken about earlier, but I'm afraid of the impact once I myself reach higher levels. Then it's going to be horrible. What's going to be horrible? Like, I hear what you're saying, but I think we're missing part of that statement that you are thinking of, but not telling us. Like, what exactly? So, like... But yeah, like charm is more of an issue at higher levels than it is at lower levels as well, and there's a lot of people that are just at low level. and they just don't realize it. Finding a spot to kill mobs that I need to grind. Yeah, oh yeah, it's going to be a huge issue. Druid ring will pop next. Oh, you want to pull the druid ring. Oh, okay. I didn't realize we were pulling that. My bad. Pull druid ring before those thorn. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, don't pull towards Costco. All right, I was just going to pull the room outside of here. I didn't realize we were going to pull the whole ring. But yeah, right now, that's the solo versus group XP thing that you're talking about, the finding a spot to grind, etc. Right now, again, another thing between the hardcore high playtime people versus the more casual lower playtime people. The lower playtime people are not going to realize how much the XP difference is between solo versus group, because they just haven't done it yet. They haven't experienced it enough yet to be able to really see it. At low level, it's very hard to see. As you get higher level, it's very easy to see. But it's always there. It's prevalent throughout the entire playthrough. It's just more difficult to see. Some devs hinted towards a solo XP nerf, but I don't like that they're not confirming anything. Well, yeah, I mean that's another communication issue where a community manager would be really nice, especially since we are the beta testers. We are to kind of put the devs on notice. Like, this is kind of a deflecting back to the devs. Every time we say we want something fixed in the game, and we, like, oh, it's taking so much time to do this or that or whatever, and their constant retort is, we're a volunteer team, you got to give us time. Well, we're volunteer beta testers, Granted, we're playing the game and we're having fun doing it. I imagine they are also having fun developing the game. So if you want to put it in that perspective, we are volunteering our time to test your game and tell you what's wrong with it. It's kind of, and I'm not, it's not the same exactly, but it's similar. It's similar. Like, do we have to play this game this much? No. A lot of game developers, they pay beta testers, right? So we're not getting paid as beta testers. So anyway, you see what I'm trying to say there. Hopefully I don't need to elaborate on that. People can just understand it. Enchanter doesn't attract me. I don't care if it's strong or weak. If it looks fancy, I play it. Well, you will care though. Like, and that's the thing that kind of irritates me is, like, just think about it in a real life setting. I don't care if it doesn't really matter what the real life setting is. The point is, it will affect you. Anything that happens in this game will affect you. Whether it's the class that you play or a different class. Because if you're playing one class for whatever reasons you're playing it, what if another class is better at that? Then you can't find a group. And this is supposed to be a group-focused game. So that affects you, right? If I'm playing a rogue and somebody else is playing a spellblade, and everyone always prefers to have a spellblade in their party over a rogue, I am going to get fewer groups on my rogue. That affects me. Doesn't matter if I like or don't like the spellblade class. I can hate the spellblade class and I never want to play it. But that class still affects my class. And that's the problem with it. It's because most likely you haven't played the game enough to experience that problem. That's really good. Got my key a little over a week ago. I love it. So happy I got my key. Well, yeah. See, and that's one of those things where you're like, you're just happy to be in the game and playing it right now. you don't really care about anything else, you know. And again, I'm not trying to pick on anybody. I'm really not. But you're kind of like at the you're in the honeymoon phase, as they call it, right? I'm just happy to be in and playing the game. I don't care that this is broken. I don't care that that's broken. You know, none of that affects me right now. Blah 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 blah. Well, just because it doesn't affect you doesn't mean it's not bad. You know, if somebody raises taxes in one city over from you and you don't have to pay those taxes and it doesn't affect you, well, later on down the road it might affect you. You know, like what if you end up moving? What if you end up what if people decide, oh, I don't want to live in that city anymore because of the taxes. They're now going to move to your city, and your city now is becoming overcrowded because, oh, it's lower taxes to live in that city. Right? You see how that affects you? Just because you aren't affected by it now, today, doesn't mean you won't be affected by it tomorrow. And I just think it's just one of those things that people don't have that foresight to be able to see that. I've already registered several bugs, so I'm exploring, but also helping out. That's good. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, like I'm not trying to pick on you by any means. You know, maybe you get in the game and you're just like sending in bugs reports or whatever. But you're still in that honeymoon phase of, you know, this game is great. It's fantastic. I love every aspect of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you're putting in some bug reports. And then now you're playing, let's say you're playing the game in a month from now, and you run into the same bug that you reported a month ago. And you're like, I swear I reported that. And it seems like such an easy fix. Then you play 6 months later and you're like, wait a minute, that bug is still there. Then you start to get kind of irritated, right? You're like, oh my God, why is this bug still here? Why is this still the same way? Why have they not fixed this problem yet? All right. It's just a lack of foresight and prioritization because it doesn't directly impact your worldview until it does. Exactly. Yeah. That's 1,000% what it is. It's kind of like politics, you know. And I'm not going to talk politics, but I'm going to use it as the example. Your views are your views in politics because of your socioeconomic status. And if you were in a different bracket, a different, whatever, doesn't matter what it is, you might look at it differently. And that's literally what it boils down to. This game is the exact same. You're in XYZ guild, you're playing, ABC class. Okay, well, then D through whatever, don't affect you. Only ABC or XYZ affects you. But that doesn't mean it won't affect you later. I've been playing MMOs for 20 years. I know how it works. Yeah, I'm sure you do. And I'm not, that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm talking in general, guys. That's the problem. That's another issue. People get so main character syndrome. Nobody's the main character. That's part of the issue. People get so offended. Oh my God, I did not do that. Okay, that's cool. That's okay. You didn't do that. Or I don't play like that. I don't play that way. Therefore, other people don't play that way. That's not how that works. Somebody that's like, if I say charm is overpowered and they're like, well, I don't play a charm class. Okay, cool. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. You know, we're talking about the other people that do those things, how they are affecting the game, which is affecting the way that you play the game indirectly. Like, that's the problem, guys. We gotta think about everybody. You can't just think about yourself. So anyway, like, I'm not, again, not trying to pick on anybody in particular, just trying to get everybody to see the overall thing, right? You can only see the world or the game or whatever from my point of view. That's why it's important to hear from other people. Well, yeah, and you can see it from a different point of view if you choose to, right? Like, we can see the game from a different point of view, but we oftentimes don't. We just choose not to. People have said the same thing to me many times. Oh, you only play a fighter, and you're only in your static group, so therefore you can't see my perspective. And I'm like, okay, let me try your perspective. Let me play a solo class. Let me play in pugs. Let me do these other things. I try to play as much of the game as I can. Now, I'm afforded that ability because I'm a content creator and I put more hours into the game than the average person. So not everybody can do that. But I do try to do that. I have leveled characters from 1 to 60 solo. I have leveled characters from 1 to 60 in a group. I have done so in pugs. I have done so in static groups. I have done so in many different ways. And that, so I'm speaking on personal experience based on what others have said, and I'm like, okay, well, let me check that out. You know, why do people say that the XP is better or worse solo versus group or whatever? Okay, let's test it out. Let's see. What sword or dagger is that? This is the Radiant. It's a raid sword. It's the Cursed Radiant Blade. Oops. So anyway, and like, I don't want people to see, like, people think that I come off as like a high ego or arrogant or whatever, and like, I know better than everybody else. I'm not trying to say that I do. I don't know more than everybody else. But I will say this. Would you rather somebody with 10 hours of experience or 10,000 hours of experience? Would you, who would you believe, right? Are you going to, if you were going to hire a lawyer tomorrow, would you hire a lawyer fresh out of college, or would you hire a lawyer with decades of experience? You know? And that's the big difference. Is there's a lot of people out there that might be way more intelligent than I am, but they don't have the experience that I do. I do have the Zerat Claw, yeah. I do have that. You probably invested so much more time than anybody in the game, so I think your opinion is much more relevant than others. I appreciate that, and I would agree with that, and I'm not trying to say that because, you know, you're talking about me. I'm just saying that, like, if somebody else puts in the amount of time and effort that I put into the game, I would respect their opinion. But the people that put in, like, oh, I've leveled one character to level 20, and then I put the game down and I'm waiting for early access, and then their opinion is kind of like, you know, I think you're wrong because I played to level 20 on this one character. Well, cool. Congratulations on that, you know? Like, I just don't, it's not that I don't respect their opinion. I think that their opinion matters, but I hate to say it, you haven't experienced enough, you know? As we get older, we experience more. I'm a weapon hoe. I do like my weapons. I like to have a lot of weapons. Are you Rampage people playing on the multi-box server if when it comes out? I think so. This is a kind of a question that I get every once in a while. I don't know what everybody on Rampage is doing. I can't speak for the entirety of Rampage. I do know that at one point there was a vote and the majority of Rampage members, I think, wanted to go to a box server, but that was before the 1 or 2 box option that they recently added. If you haven't filled out the server survey poll, please go fill that out. It's very helpful to the devs. They need that so they know what kind of servers to make. Anyway, as far as Rampage, I don't know what's going to happen with that. My group is like a subset of Rampage. So we are in Rampage. I like the Rampage people. Like, we get along with them really well. We may or may not join them on whatever server they go to. And this isn't like, you know, some sort of secret or anything like that. It just depends on where they go and where the majority of players go. You might have current Rampage people that play a lot go to 2 or 3 different servers. We have people in EU that might go to an EU server. We have people that specifically want to go to a no-box server. We have people that specifically want to go to a boxing server. So Rampage as a whole, I don't know, to answer your question. But the leader of Rampage and the other officers and main core people in Rampage seem to want to go to at least a 1-box server, if not a full boxing server. That's just my understanding. Are you interested in boxing? Yes and no. I'll talk about the aftermath of P99 in a second. Yes and no. Right now, my group, which consists of me and Isar, who I play with all the time, and a couple other people, I would prefer, if you want to just ask me specifically, I would prefer a no-boxing server. However, a 1-box or 2-box server where you can play 2 characters at once is okay with me. Like, I'm like, okay, that's fine. And it looks like we're going to be leaning towards that direction. The reason for that is because Isar and I have really high playtime. The rest of our group has mediocre playtime. So they're going to be on a lot, but not nearly as much as Isar and I will. And we want to make sure that we can keep up, or they can keep up with us. So that's the reason, is we want to make sure that they... We want to make sure that if they have to log out, we can log them in and keep up XP-wise. So right now, that's the what we're looking at is the 2-box server, two characters, 1 player. So anyway, were you in Aftermath or Riot in P99 Blue? I did not play P99. I'm not a big fan of emulators. I feel like it's kind of stealing from developers, utilizing their content for your own game. So I personally don't like emulators, and I don't really play them. But yeah, so no, I was not in either of those guilds. I remember Rampage was like the best guild in P99 Blue before Aftermath even. Rampage was like one of the top guilds in P99. Yes, they were absolutely one of the top guilds. That had nothing to do with me. I met the Rampage people in Pantheon. I was playing Pantheon, and we just happened to be on the same server, and we ended up joining them because we were high playtime, they were high playtime, and we just ended up joining them. And then we kind of stuck with them throughout Monsters and Memories. Like, I have nothing against them. They're all... I like most of the people in Rampage. I haven't had any big issues. The only issue I had with any Rampage member was something that, and I'm not going to get into the drama of everything, but it was something that came up at the start of Pantheon on the alpha server. They didn't like me for some reason. Have no idea why. They didn't like me though, and there was some drama involved there. But that person doesn't play in the game anymore, so it doesn't matter. I was a competing guild in P99, but Rampage were mostly all cool people. Yeah. I mean, I have no issues with them. I've always felt like they were pretty cool. Like, there's certain things that, we all kind of don't get along sometimes, within your own guild. I mean, I argue with Isar sometimes. It happens. But we're still friends. You may see something a little bit differently. Different perspective or whatever. Yeah, I don't have any issues with them. Which guild was it? Which guild was what? Oh, you're talking about it, You hate me? Yeah, I know you do, Isar. It's okay. You're allowed. I'll allow it. But no, P99, yeah, I mean, there's some great people from that. There's a lot of people that were in Rampage P99 and in Rampage on the alpha of Monsters and Memories that decided to not play the beta because they thought the beta was going to end June 1st. And so they didn't play the beta. So there's quite a few more Rampage members that are just not in the game right now. Like it's a pretty large guild. So there once this game goes into early access, Rampage is absolutely going to be a big dominating force in this game. If you're in the same server as them, I would recommend trying to either join them or change servers if you plan to do any of the in-game content. That's coming from an extremely hardcore player, right? Whether I'm in the guild or not, which I might end up being because it just depends on where they end up going and what the whole scenario is. But whether I'm in the guild or not doesn't matter. They're going to be a contender for raids. And you're going to have to really push if you want to beat them. So just throwing that out there. They were cool. Rampage and Aftermath always smoked us a lot of the time. Yeah. I don't know anything about Aftermath. If they're going to... I don't know who they are or anything like that. I think Aftermath actually... I don't know this for a fact, but I think there's a couple members from Aftermath in Rampage on Monsters and Memories. I think some of their players just kind of joined Rampage. I think. But I'm not 100% sure. Like, there was a guy named Sloan. I don't know if you guys know who Sloan is on P99. So, there's Hoku, who was the guild leader of Rampage on P99. And Sloan, I think, was either a guild leader or somebody, a big player in a different guild on P99. They technically were competing guild members of two different guilds. Sloan is now an officer in Rampage. But I don't think he plays on the beta. I think Aftermath was before Rampage. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue. I mean, I give respect to Rampage though. Like from their P99 days, I give them some respect. Like they definitely are a hardcore guild. I've been there. I've done that, and it takes a lot of effort to do. Sloan is back. You've seen him. Did he come back? Wait until they introduce instancing, then thank Rampage for the abomination. Well, that's the thing, is it's like, you know, I don't know, man. Like I have my opinions on it, and people are gonna agree and disagree with me, and that's okay. But why should you share in-game raid content? Okay? And you're going to think because it's the nice thing to do. Okay, well, does somebody just hand you $20 every now and then? Just walking down the street, you know? If somebody wins the lottery, do they give you the money? You know, most of the time they don't. You know, it's the same kind of concept. Like, you got all these members in a guild that all want to get the same loot. They all want to have the same... You know, they're all going after the same content. You know? If you want it, you got to take it. So, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to exactly explain that. It's cool to see the guilds that last over the years, over different games. Yeah. Well, my guild has lasted for decades now. Well, it's actually Isar's guild. So, Isar created a guild called Eternal Chaos back in EverQuest 2, like in 2004 or whatever year it was. And we all still play games together. We haven't made a guild in a few years and actually, you know, pushed for in-game or anything like that. But yeah, that's where we all come from, is we were all a guild together. The more skilled team wins. Nothing wrong with that. And it's not always the more skilled team, but it's there's some skill to it for sure. It could just be the higher play time. It could be the more members. You know, there's a lot of factors that go into it. But yeah, like I'm not gonna be mad if I'm whatever server I end up on, whether it's with Rampage or not with Rampage. There's going to be a guild, I'm sure, that is going to try to compete. And I will either join that guild or I will compete with that guild. It's going to happen. And I'm not going to be upset about it. Unless they cheat. If they cheat, that's different. I don't like cheaters. EQ days, such nostalgia. Yeah, we had so much fun back in EQ. So much fun back then. Loved that time. But we played some other games. We played we were in EQ together. We were in WoW together. Star Wars: The Old Republic together. We played New World together. Yeah, we played a bunch of games. I don't think I would play on a multi-box server. I like single box. I prefer it. I kind of agree with you. I like it too. I also don't think they should have too many servers. It would split the population too thin to the game, especially if it's already lower population to begin with. So yeah, they're working on that, Nicky Bunnies. Like, what their plan is for the servers is they're going to do server clusters. And there's a good reason for that. So what if they wanted to have, let's say, 10,000 players per server? That's their goal. When the game comes out in 1.0, they want to have 10,000 players per server. And if you usually have up to, like, let's say 20% of the player base online at a time. I'm just throwing some numbers out there to make it so that it makes sense. If they do that, that means if they put 10,000 people on one server and they want to maintain those numbers, that's 2,000 people at the start of early access. 2,000 people would be way too many people for the current content in this game at the same time. So they're going to have a lot of servers in the beginning, because the idea is to have maybe 1,000 concurrent players online at one time. 1,000 concurrent players means they need to only have 5,000 players per server rather than 10,000 players per server, right? So the idea is that they're going to open up additional servers so that they have fewer concurrent players on the server at a time, but they will merge those servers together as the player base starts to fall off, starts to spread out, the game grows. So let's say that they go in and they add in like 5 new zones. Okay, well, they added in 5 new zones. Now we can have 1,200 players per server rather than 2,000. So now they can increase the number of players from 5,000 to 6,000. Right? So that's the idea. Is they're planning. They have a whole plan in place. Whether this will actually work out the way they want it to or not, we'll see. But they have a whole plan in place where they're going to do things called server clusters. So they're going to have like a rel server, and they're going to have rel A, B, C, D, and E. And they're going to have, let's say, 5,000 players per server, so that they can have 1,000 concurrent players per server. Out of those, that's 25,000 people, right? Let's say that over time, that player base drops to only 10,000 players, but the content in the game stays the same. Let's just assume that. Now, they're going to drop it down to 2 servers rather than 5 servers. And they're just going to merge all the players from those 5 servers into 2 servers, so that they maintain the same concurrent amount of players. Or let's do the opposite of that. They have 25,000 players, A, B, C, D, E, whatever. A, B, C, D, and E. And more players come in, they're now going to open up more servers. So that's the idea, at least. Does that make sense? Did I explain that well? I don't know. I didn't play much after EQ2, too busy with school at the time. Yeah, Isar didn't, but you know, we played a few games together. You did play Star Wars The Old Republic with us. We played that for a bit, and we went pretty hardcore in that. Cleared all the content. That was a lot of fun. And then you played whatchamacallit? You played New World with us. But yeah, we probably would have played more. You played a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV with us. We played that one for a bit, but you didn't play that one too much. But anyway, yeah, that's basically the idea for the servers and how all that's going to work. But there is a chance, going back to the whole guild thing, there's a chance that my group, that we create a guild, there's a chance that we just join Rampage. There's a chance that we just join whatever other guild is on whatever server we end up on. We'll just have to see how it goes. Busy with residency during Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah. I remember you leveled and played some during that, but you couldn't keep up with us like you normally would. We can blame Isar for not keeping the guild going. It's all his fault. He went to med school. What a loser. Nah, the thing is, like, we didn't necessarily keep the guild going per se, but we definitely kept the friends together, right? The friendships. We all have created big friendships, like long-term friendships over the years. You know, I would consider Isar to be one of my closest friends at this point. So. I don't even know what this guy drops. Does Isar do Botox? He's not that kind of doctor. No, he's a radiologist. He tells people what diseases they have and how bad well, he doesn't tell them. He tells other doctors what diseases and things are wrong with a patient so that the other doctor can tell their patient. He just reads he reads a lot of x-rays and scans and whatnot. He's that kind of doctor. Sits in a dark room kind of doctor. Dining staff. What the heck is this? Oh, a 7 wisdom... Two-handed 7 wisdom staff. That's kind of garbage, actually. Anybody want that in this group? I doubt Volts wants that. I'm gonna disenchant this stuff. Nobody wants it, right? Because we need some disenchanting materials. Yeah, we'll see how things go. People keep asking me to make a community guild as well. I don't know what we're gonna do, man. To be honest, I honestly don't know the plan. I don't really have a plan in place for that. You winning today, Burl? I don't know if Burl's gonna be here today or not. He might jump on. Burl's very busy with his family over the weekends. Name your guild Criddles Clunts. I could name it a lot of things. We created we had an idea for a guild name way back in EverQuest 2. Based on Criddle, and it was called Criddle's Crazy Crew. And you know how Mortal Kombat spells Mortal Kombat? We were going to do something like that. Then we realized we can't do that. Yeah, that didn't go well. Very quickly, we realized we can't do that. Not so cool. Not so cool. It was not so cool. But it was like at the time we're like, hey, let's say, because my character name is usually Criddle Craddle, so it's gonna be like Criddle Craddle's Crazy Crew, and we're like, wait a minute, what's the acronym? Oh no, we can't do that. Nope. So we very quickly were just like, we're not doing that. And then I just never made like a fluff fun guild. That kind of we threw that one out real fast. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll make like a fun guild for my alt characters or something outside of my main character. Just for alts and the community and stuff. And then again, maybe not. My guild is going to be Bobbin's Buddies. Character name Bobbin for Apples. Nice. And then are you going to have like the guild leader be the tree and then all the members be the apples? That would be fun. It's our family tree. Everybody's an apple. You hadn't thought of that? Yeah, you should the entire thing should be like, yeah, you should do it all Apple themed. Oh yeah, you could do that. Yeah, different Apple. Like, are these even like Apple manufacturers? What are those called? Is that from like the Apple growers? I don't even know how that works. Where is... Hang on, I need to my inventory is getting overloaded. I gotta deal with this. Canvas. Here we go. Let's make these. Okay. Repop in 30 seconds. All right, let's kill this mob real quick. Like, we keep getting this one every time they repop anyway. Okay, rampaging spalders. We're gonna get rid of that. Dining staff. We'll get rid of that. Was there another? Another item that I got over here recently. Oh, we got the carved spirit totem. Do I need one of those? I don't think so. Alright, I'm gonna stay on Hovarth and I'll interrupt that. Oh, we're low on mana too, aren't we? Let's see. All right. That's a little bit more organized. I got a polished sandstone as well. Do I need this? That thing's kind of garbage, isn't it? Yeah, we'll hold on to it for a minute. Can you tell me what weapons the Beastmaster is using? Yeah, he's using a whalebone spear. Oh, yay! The worst item that this thing drops. Why it even drops that, nobody knows. Yeah, here's the whalebone spear. It's this right here. It's the best damage ratio two-handed weapon in the game outside of raids. It's a really good weapon. And high dex, high strength, you know, HP. It's just a good overall spear. What's the good drop on this guy? It's actually got 4 best in slot items. I think. 4, is it 4? It has 6 total items that it drops. This is part of the reason that I say itemization is in a bad place in this game, is because of mobs like this that we are fighting. I'll show you some of the items here in a second. But it literally has 4 items that are best in slot and 2 that are absolute garbage and nobody wants. It's really weird. Give me a second, and I'll pull them up. Because I have 3 of them. Actually, I have 4 of them. I don't know if I have them all on me, though. All right, so it has these shoulders right here. Best tank shoulders in the game. It has these bracers, which are considered arguably the best bracers in the game. And it has this belt, which is the best belt in the game for melee classes. It also has a trident called the Fell Trident, which is arguably one of the better one-handed weapons in the game. And then it has another set of shoulders, plate shoulders, which are absolute garbage. Why it has 2 sets of plate shoulders on the same mob, nobody knows. I don't even think the devs know. And then it has that earring that I just showed you, which is complete and utter trash. So, yeah. It's a stacked loot table? It is, yeah. Yeah, Hovarth's going to have a rough life. He's going to absolutely have a rough life. They need to spread that loot out. What's crazy is there's a mob around the corner that's like... There's 2 mobs, actually. There's a mob this way and a mob out here from these druid rings that we're pulling. 2 more named mobs very close to this. And it's like... Why are we giving 4 really good items to one mob, and then there's 2 other mobs really close by that basically have trash? Spread it around. Like, let's just spread it around. Let's do something good here. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. This is by far the best singular mob to camp in the game for tanks. Like, every tank wants to come here because there's so many items. There's 4 items a tank wants out of this camp. Every tank. Doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. As a DPS, I want those items to sell to tanks. Yeah, well, as a DPS, you want 2 of those 4 items. from here as a melee DPS if you can use piercers. So the Fell Trident is one of the better piercers in the game. And then the belt is the best haste belt in the game, or haste item in the game. Is there armor sets that match in terms of looks? There are, yes, but not very many of them. And most of them, from my understanding, are low level. There's like the higher end gear in the game is all mismatched. As an enchanter, I would just solo and skip this mob. Yes, as an enchanter, you have no need to be at this mob at all. You just solo it completely. And that's part of the problem, right? You kind of, at level, you kind of need an enchanter to do this camp. The other issue is also, like, this isn't a hard camp. Like, you would think, this is where people are like, where they say stuff, when I say that grouping is for XP, or sorry, where they say soloing is for XP and you get better loot with a group, right? And that's the whole thing. You can literally sit right out here and complete safety, and you could camp right here and pull Hovarth out here. It's not a hard mob to get to. It's not a hard mob to camp if you don't want to. Like, you don't. It's a very safe camp. And people are like, oh, you have to have, you know, full parties of 6, and full parties of 6 isn't supposed to be for XP. It's supposed to be getting the best loot in the game. Well, it's not. Maybe it's supposed to, but it's not doing that. Uh-oh. Did my buffs fade? They certainly did. If you die, can people loot your corpse after a time? No, they cannot. Even in PvP, the player that kills you can loot your money, and that's it. So no one can ever loot your corpse. You can't even consent a player. I don't know if you knew, like back in EverQuest days, back in the EverQuest days, you could consent a player and they could loot your corpse. In this, they can only consent to move the corpse, like drag it. This thing's nuking me like crazy. What a nuka. Full group isn't for grinding experience. Interesting take. That's a lot of people think that. Yeah, a lot of people think that that when I talk about solo XP being better than group XP, their comeback or their defense to that is that grouping is not the reward of grouping is the social aspect of the game and getting better items, not necessarily XP. That's their defense to it, and I understand their defense to it, but that's just not how the game works. So, yeah, it's just an issue. There's absolutely no benefit right now to full groups until you are level 60, specifically doing high-level content that you need a full group to do. which there isn't any. There's literally no content in this game currently that requires a full group of 6. None. There's content in the game that makes it easier if you have a full group of 6. I mean, it's easier if you have 50 people and go kill the mob, right? But nothing in this game currently requires a full group of 6. It's kind of a bummer. It's a big bummer. It's a huge bummer. Especially since this is supposed to be a group-focused MMORPG. I'm fighting the good fight. That's not even kind of a bummer. That's a bummer. Yeah, grouping really should be incentivized as much as possible. I agree. Yeah. I only ran around a little. I just got on the other day, and I noticed it seemed pretty safe as a level 1 character. Yeah. It runs opposite of their entire mentality. Yeah, the entire philosophy of this game is supposed to be group-focused social MMO. But there's very little emphasis on the group side. Like, if you want to call just like a duo a group, then yeah, duo is good. But yeah, there's very little emphasis. So farming green mobs on my druid is faster XP than yellows in a group of 6. You wouldn't farm green mobs on your druid. No. That would be silly. You need to farm blue mobs on your druid as a solo is way faster, yes, than a group of 6 farming yellows. Yeah, don't kill. Yeah, farm blues at least. Light blues at the very least. Don't farm greens, no. Like, you don't want to do that. But you could easily kill light blues or even dark blues as a druid. Like, druid is one of the better solo classes in the game. And you will get far more XP than in a full group of 6. Per hour. Far more XP per hour. What do you think they could do to encourage more grouping? Incentivize it. That's it. That's all I got to do. It's really simple. What they're trying to do right now is de-incentivize soloing. So they're trying to punish soloers by making the game more challenging, right? Rather than incentivizing grouping. I probably talk about this almost every stream, at least twice. There's a There's a strong emphasis on this dev team to use punishment as a source of forcing players to play a certain way, right? They punish you if you play this way to try to get you to play this way, rather than encouraging this play style so that you don't want to do this play style. It's honestly, it's backwards, I feel like. You should always want to add more people. Absolutely, yeah. You should always want to add more people, but you don't currently want to. Can bards auto attack while they're doing their songs? Yes, yeah. Their songs are not considered spells in the sense that they interrupt your auto attack. I see most bards just standing in one spot, only singing, not doing anything at all. Thought they had more diverse kit. No, it's mostly singing, but yeah, you can cast a bard spell or a song, and they will continue to auto attack. They're all stick, no carrot. Yes, they're all stick, no carrot. And that's not good. That's not good. Like, punish where punishment is due, right? Like, we have a punishment. When you die, you can't get, or when you die, you lose XP, and you gotta do a corpse recovery. So if you're solo, that can be more difficult. There's already the punishment to that. So let's encourage other gameplay by rewarding it. If I'm in a party of 3 people and a 4th player comes up and says, hey guys, can I join your party? I should want to say yes every time, right? I should always be like, yeah, sure, we would love to have another person in the party. But you currently don't. XP bonus. They have an XP bonus. It's just not enough. They need a bigger XP bonus. And they need to make, like, going deeper into dungeons more advantageous as well. How many people do you see in, like, deep down inside of Blacktide Bay? Or deep inside of Telekir? Or down in Grimtide Sanctum? Or even in the Goblin or Orc fortresses in Shallow Shoals? Like, how often do you see players in those areas? The answer to that is almost never. Because it's not worth it. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, so let's see. I do a lot. I've talked to my buddy into taking a 3rd that comes up, just being social, but every time the XP slows down, yeah, it will slow down a bunch. XP bonus for going into dungeons could be cool for something that sort. Yeah, they've talked about it. It's called a ZIM modifier, and it stands for Zone Experience Modifier, or it's called ZIM, Zone Experience Modifier. And they've talked about it. I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but they really should. Right now, the only thing they've really said about those is that they want to have some of the harder items to get to be deeper in the dungeons. One example of this is Grimtide Sanctum. In Grimtide Sanctum, which is it's out in the middle of Shallow Shoals. It takes forever to get to. So it's not near anything. It's not near a teleport spot. Nothing like that. It takes a while to get to. It's a very challenging dungeon. Tons of mobs in there. There's casters that cast fear and mez and snares and dots and damage and lots of abilities that are happening. Basically requires a full group at level to do the dungeon. But almost no item in there. There's like 1 or 2 items in there that are actually worth going to get. But I for example, am not using a single item out of that dungeon. There's better items in other places. So why should I spend an hour running over to that dungeon, another 30 minutes to an hour fighting into the dungeon, and getting into a camp to camp something that is lower XP because of the group, and it doesn't even have as good of items, when I could just run here to Glass Flats, run up a hill, and camp this Hovarth, and I could just literally stand right over here by my, like, with a group of like 2 or 3 people. And we're really close to town. And we're really close to a teleport spot. You know, it's just, it doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You only see high levels farming stuff in those dungeons. Yeah, and we only go in those dungeons just for funsies. Like, there's really nothing even that we're going in there to farm. There is like a best in slot monk boots, I think, comes out, or actually leather boots. I think they're monk boots specifically, comes out of that dungeon. There's a bard item that comes deep in that dungeon that's very hard to get. Like, really deep in that dungeon. You actually have to go in the dungeon, get a key to open a door, and then get the boss behind that door to spawn, and then get the rare drop off of that boss. And it's the best bard instrument in the game. But nobody wants to play bard, and instruments don't really do that much. So why go get it? Yeah, inside of Grimtide. Now, isn't there a monk item? The monk boots or something in that? Wasn't that in Grimtide? Or was that somewhere else? It's all the naughty goblins and Monster Memories driving me crazy. No kidding. Yeah. I was already crazy to begin with, so it doesn't help. Aw, you're not crazy. Good short from Sean about dungeons. Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but I can check it out later. The monk, is it monk pants that were in there? Okay, monk pants then. These are from Grimtide. These items right here are from Grimtide. But I want to say there's a better shield than this that's here in Glass Flats as well. I don't know about the face mask. I'm not sure if there's a better face mask. There might be. Grimtide's had shoulders. Maulchant or whatever. I mean, yeah, there's a couple items inside of Grimtide that are good. I'm not going to say that they're not, but are they significantly better than other much like easier to get items? For the difference in getting a full group together, travel time to get there, the potential of a wipe, the less XP, all of that you're going to be getting. Like, those are all the negatives to going to Grimtide Sanctum. If one person has to leave, your entire group is going to fall apart because replacing somebody out there is near impossible. You know, that's part of the issue with it. It's like a dungeon made for a static group to go get literal best in slot items. Potentially, right? They'll add Druid Stones near there. I don't think they will. I don't think the intent is to ever add Druid Rings or Wizard Port or anything like that out in Shallow Shoals. I mean, it might happen. I never say never, right? But I don't think it is. Oh, there's the Maulchant leather shoulders right there. So Volts has those. For those that were asking about those. So, I mean, there's some good items in there, but are they worth the effort? They're only really worth the effort for the hardcore high playtime players that are willing to take like less XP per hour. Grimtide feel like an adventure, planning and going there. I enjoy the dungeon a lot, and I've been there a lot with random groups. I love it. Oh, I think it's the best dungeon in the game. Don't get me wrong. It's fun, and it is absolutely the best dungeon currently in the entire game. But, like, the effort to get into that dungeon and the chance of you wiping and dying in that dungeon... all of that kind of stuff, is that worth all the effort, is the question. For the average player, no. Upper Salmon, easier shoulders, or 8 wisdom. There you go. Yeah. There's better shoulders for Upper Salmon, which is far easier to get to. So, yeah. Oops. I notice if you're hitting W, if I'm holding W and I hit enter, I turn on auto run. There's a reason people camp Haste Cloak and Belt. Which belt? You talking about this belt? Yeah, this guy's items are just too good. You only review it by gear, which drops, but the emotion and stuff, you go while doing that as well. There's particularly no gear for me. I still go there for the thrill. Okay, that's a you thing. This is what we literally just talked about this a few minutes ago. That is a you not an us, right? When I speak, when I'm talking about these things, I'm talking about the general consensus of the community, not an individual player. I want to play a rogue because I like the rogue, but that doesn't mean that the rogue is the best class in the game, right? That's a you. Fun is fun. If you enjoy going there, that's cool. Then go there. Have fun. Do it. But as a whole, the game is going to push people away from that location because it's not worth going to. There's a big difference. Like you have to look from other perspectives. You can't just look from your own point of view. There's a lot of people that are going to be like we've talked about this many times for different topics. A tank, a fighter that uses only a shield is going to end up being shunned by the community. And that's because, that the fighter wants to play with a shield. They're a swordboard fighter, and they don't want to play any other way. Cool. Then don't. That's up to you. That's your choice. However, you're going to have a harder time in the game. It's going to be more challenging for you. And if you don't believe that, then just keep doing it. And have fun. Like, play the game however you want. I don't care. Like, it doesn't affect me. That it actually helps me if you're playing a fighter that nobody wants in their party. Right? It allows me to get into more parties. So it's a negative to you, not a benefit, and a benefit to me. So, it's fine. If you are like, oh, I want to go to Grimtide because it's more fun and thrilling to go there. I don't care about the loot. Cool. That's less people to go after the good loot in the game so that I can go get the best loot in a different camp and have the best loot in the game. Huge benefit to me. So it's that's the thing. Most people are going to go after where's the best XP. That's the first thing they're going to look at. Next thing they're going to look at is where the best loot is. If they're under level 60, they're going to say, where's the best XP in the game? Secondary, where's the best loot in the game? If they can do both of those together, even better. You got your friend key. You got your key on Friday. Time to play some? Nice. Awesome. Glad you get to play some. There was 4 times I was going to kill a monster and Gith showed up and killed it. He does farm stuff a lot. You can pull everything at this point. Vor and Druid. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll pull a bunch more. I'll try to pull Costco when they get here as well. Might as well, right? He's great. Yeah, he's a good farmer. That's what he likes to do. That's his outside of raiding content. That's his favorite thing to do in games is to farm mobs, camp mobs. He's kind of a masochist when it comes to that. I personally don't like doing it, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of farming mobs, but I don't mind helping people out. I actually like helping people out. In the hopes that, hey, when I need something, hopefully they return the favor. It's more, like me coming and helping this group and these people camp stuff and gain XP when I don't need it is more team building than it is anything else. To me, that's what this game's about. Got the Ivor book today. You're so happy. Nice. Isar has camped 4 of those books. The book he's talking about, by the way, is this right here. For those that don't know, it's that book right there. So it has a exceptional spell shield, which is the int caster buff that gives you AC, health, and magic resist. But if you're not an int caster, you can use that. It's an amazing clicky buff. Yeah, it's really good. Very, very good. Was no Mez charm only enchanter LFG and glass flats a while ago. He got folks ignore lists real fast. Wait, there was a no charm, like an enchanter that says they don't Mez nor charm, and they want it, and they're looking for a group. Fighter counts as an int caster? No, fighter does not count as an int caster. That's why I need that book. Because I can use that book. So, like, if you look at this book, only int casters can use it, but the clicky is any slot, which means that I can cast this buff from any slot. So clicky effects can be either equipped to use or any slot, which means you can use it from the inventory. So I put that buff on myself. It's actually this buff right up here. So it increases your maximum health. That's the buff that you get out of it. I cast spells, explode kneecap, and sever Achilles tendon. I don't cast snare at all. Nope. Is that not a bug for clicky, or is it that this thing is with all clickies? No, not all clickies are like that. Some clickies are any slot. Some clickies are must equip. It just depends on the clicky. And yeah, like that particular one is any slot. Whether it's supposed to be or not, I don't know. I imagine it is. Like, I think it should be. It's not the best version of that spell. There is a, hey, look at that. We got the tank shoulders. Somebody else loot those, unless you want me to disenchant them. But if anybody needs a tank or has a tank, I can't loot them. I have them. You have to level your Beastmaster now? Yeah, it's good. I want the clicky rat form sword, but it's Beastmaster only. Measure Stick might be like that too. Measure Stick is like that. The Measure Stick is any slot, as you can see right here. The this right here, this Monocle of Good Seeing for see invisibility is any slot. There's a lot of items that are any slot. A lot of clickies. You got me that too? Pretty much everything that I have is somehow attributed to Isar. Somehow. He either got it for me or he was in the group when I got it. Sorry for repeating, but question, how do I pick back up my storage box in the guild house? I think you have to do... I honestly don't know. I haven't messed with it. But I think you have to, A, have permissions to pick stuff up, and then B, there's like an edit guild house or edit house type of feature. That would be like a Mimi question. I have not messed with housing, unfortunately. There's just no reason to. What's Isar's class? He's playing, right now he's playing a monk, but he also has a shaman. Where does the Tome of Shielding come from? That comes from Ivor, which is in Fallen Pass, all the way up where the Elder Drakes are. You have to go to the Elder Drakes, past the Elder Drakes, and go into another undead area. It's an area that's pretty out of the way of a lot of other things, and there's only one way to get there. Didn't know monks can dual wield? Why wouldn't they be able to dual wield? Monks get dual wield at level 1. They're the only class that just starts the game with dual wield. What's the verdict on Monk, Fighter, Cleric revamp? I have a Monk at 21 now, and I've been enjoying it, but I have no idea how it used to be. It's better than it was. Sorry, you talking about... Anyway, all 3 of those classes are better than they were, but there's good and bad to all of the updates for the Monk, Fighter, and Cleric. The Fighter overall is just all around better in every way. But it's not like astronomically better, it's just better. It's just like they've improved on it. The Monk, some of the new Monk abilities are kind of nice but very niche, so people don't really use them. Like the 10-minute long cooldown for a 60-second buff that makes you immune to damage shields. Like, what's the point in putting that on your bar? There's far better abilities to put on your bar than damage shield. A damage shield immunity buff. Cleric is kind of overpowered at low level, but ultimately not changed that much at higher level. And it needs more utility. I thought they were an empty hand class. Well, they can still dual wield even empty-handed. So monks can do hand-to-hand, and they can also use bludgeoning weapons. So any hand-to-hand stuff and any bludgeoning weapons. Monk is my focus, but I'm curious about all of them. Yeah, I would say that they're all slightly better in some ways, but ultimately still the same. It's a 10-minute long cooldown. I thought the damage shield thing was just a buff they could cast on themselves. I was hoping that it was like a way that they could make the party immune to damage shields or something, but no, it's literally a 10-minute cooldown for a 60-second buff to prevent damage shields on the monk. That's it. It is a completely worthless skill. Like, I don't know any monk that would use that ability. Even if they're fighting a bunch of mobs that have damage shield. Maybe put that ability on. Actually, no. There's no reason to have that on. You'd have to take other abilities off. There's 10 other abilities that are better than that ability. Yeah, it's one of those things that not to pick on the devs again, but we're gonna pick on them a lot probably. Like you have to think of what do they call it? Opportunity cost. Why am I going to use this ability over this ability? Which abilities are worth using, and why? So why would you put it on the bar? And every ability in the game should have a reason to be on the bar. And if there's a case like the monk where you have 10 abilities that are just better than that one ability, then you never want to put it on the bar. So it's pointless. It's a completely pointless ability. The only time would be like if you're fighting an enemy that has a damage shield and you don't need another ability for that one enemy. But the idea for this game, like, if you're fighting a mob that has a damage shield, it probably got cast on it by a druid. That druid is just in the area casting damage shield on all the mobs. So you need to kill the druid. Then once you kill the druid, there's no more damage shield. So it kind of solves the problem. So what is that ability actually doing? It only helps the monk take less damage. That's it. So, yeah. I was leveling a fighter, but I decided to reroll paladin and experience a paladin. Paladin is worse in a lot of ways than a fighter. Like it's just not as good. But they haven't done the revamp or the deep dive on the Paladin yet. It's a good class. It just doesn't have enough threat or enough damage. So you would prefer to have a Shadow Knight or a fighter over the Paladin. And the benefit to the Paladin is the healing that the Paladin can bring, right? But you almost always want a healer in your party. There's like, I can't think of a single instance where you don't want to have a healer in your party in a group setting. So what's the point in the Paladin, right? Their heals are slow cast. They're cleric heals. So Paladin heals need to be faster cast, less mana efficient to help keep them healed up. Like, and then on top of that, they need to make monsters more difficult so that Paladins need to heal themselves more. But there's just the only thing that Paladins do, literally the only thing that they do that nobody else can do, besides Lay on Hands and Ancient Guardian, which is more healing. The only thing they can do is remove a damage shield with one spell. It's called Mark of Courage. But other than that, yeah, it's just kind of garbage. But hopefully they change it in the future. I have a feeling they're going to end up making Paladin like way too strong and out of balance. And then I'm going to have to decide if I'm going to play a fighter or a Paladin on early access. And then they're probably going to balance and nerf and do all sorts of crazy things after that. And then make my decision worthless. That's probably what's going to happen. The Chi Strike using a thing... Chi Strike thing was a bit WTF. You have to hit them 3 times. Oh, yeah. The idea of that is cool, but again, it's one of those things the devs didn't think through on. Or it's just they have an idea for it down the road. For example, like that Chi Strike, where I think the one you're talking about is where you have to hit the mob 3 times with the same ability, and you get different effects the more times you hit the mob, right? So the idea on that is very cool, but right now mobs don't last long enough to use that ability. They die before you get the 3rd strike on them, unless you're talking about like a raid mob or something. Oh geez, I got a bunch. I'm trying to kill people here. I probably should have told Dory I was pulling a bunch before I pulled that. My bad. I don't know if I can pull all the way to Costco or not. We'll try. My Shadow Knight has great threat. Could also be the sword Burl gave me. It's awesome. Shadow Knight is good threat. It's the... I personally feel like the Shadow Knight's the highest DPS tank, which means that it's going to have high threat. But part of their damage right now comes from their pet. So. I can't decide which class to main yet. It's a toss-up between Shaman, Shadow Knight, and Necro. Very different classes. Incidentally, all 3 haven't had the pass yet. Shaman's coming... Shaman, yeah, is coming next on Tuesday. Along with Inquisitor. It's good for name mobs. Which one? Like Paladin's good for name mobs? Or what's good for named mobs? Yeah, enemies in this game are just, generally speaking, not challenging enough for the need of extra healing. Shaman probably going to get a big nerf. We'll see. Yeah, it's... I don't think it's going to get a big nerf. I don't think they realize how strong the Shaman is. To be honest. I really don't. Because they made those wisdom changes. When they made the wisdom changes, they just made all 3 of the wisdom casters a lot stronger. The Quivering Palm? Yeah, Quivering Palm is good on mobs that take a long time to kill. But I think it's like a 10-second recast. So if a mob takes more than 30 seconds to kill, then it's okay. But if it takes less than 30 seconds, then it's a completely worthless ability. Secluded? I got secluded. What the heck? You think we're getting Underdocs in the next patch? I believe so. I think we're getting a lot of the deep content. Well, not a lot of it, but we're getting a lot of the deep content they've been talking about. Deep elves, deep gnomes, Underdocs. I think we're getting all that on Tuesday, as well as the Shaman and Inquisitor. We may also be getting Fallen Watch and raid content. Like 3 raid bosses might be coming back in the game on Tuesday. Which means a lot of people are going to come back to the game probably next week. That's my guess. A lot of the drama is going to come back starting on Tuesday. That's my prediction. Excited to see Deep Gnomes area? Me too, yeah. That whole deep stuff looks really cool. Oh boy, incoming 3. Let me come back for raid content and get my raid loot, then quit again. Yeah. That's 1,000% what's going to happen. They're going to come back. They're going to cause a lot of drama. They're going to loot the mobs, and then they're going to blame all the drama on everyone else, which is literally what happened last time. To me, it's hilarious. I got blamed for a lot of the drama. And it's like, it's kind of weird because I didn't quit playing the game and the drama's gone. So, was I part of the drama? Did I cause it? I did not. Sounds like a Deep Elf Inquisitor would be fun in the future. I might play. We'll see what happens next week with the Shaman, the Inquisitor update, the Fallen Watch potentially coming in, all the stuff coming in. We'll see what happens. I don't know if I'll have time to play an alt Inquisitor or not, but maybe. So when they release deep races to us, will the new zones areas be into? Some of them, yes. We'll get some of that content. I don't know how much we're going to get. The Underdocs, yes. But the Deep Elf City, I don't think we're getting that. I think that's still very much a work in progress. But we might get like some deep zones. Waiting for my Chanter to be a deep. Nice. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of Deep Elf Inquisitors on Tuesday, I think. Or Deep Gnome Inquisitors. Whichever one can be an Inquisitor. Maybe it's both. I don't remember. But you're going to see a lot. Speaking of Inquisitor, I really feel like Dwarves should be Inquisitor too. Deep Dwarves, maybe. I don't remember. They might be Inquisitors. Speaking of Inquisitor, I really feel like Dwarves. I read that. I thought it was just the Underdocs so they could get the races out. I mean, I don't know what it's going to be. Yeah, I have no idea. That comes out Tuesday? Yes. Big patch on Tuesday. Big patch is planned for Tuesday. A lot of Deep Elf Shadow Knights. Probably a lot of Deep Elf Shadow Knights, yeah. I would imagine that's going to be another very popular one to have. Right. Can we finally start pulling? We're barely pulling more mobs. We added... This is the issue with the XP right here that I'm kind of showing it off right now. We added 2 new players to the party. Right? By adding those 2 new players... We only have barely started pulling more mobs just now. And we're not even pulling like that many more mobs. So if we were pulling, let's say, 10 mobs with 4 people, and we add 2 more players, we should be pulling 15 mobs, right? To keep up with XP. But if you're not able to do that, which generally speaking you're not, that's the problem with their math in this game, is they think you're going to be exponentially killing more monsters when you add in more players. And that doesn't exactly translate. Hot take, I'm not a lore guy by any stretch, but I feel like the races class choices are completely random and without reasoning. I would agree. I don't necessarily think they're part of the lore. They're not. I don't think they're necessarily part of the written lore. I think they're just kind of like, oh, here's what we want to do. This is the classes and race combos we want to have, and we will create the lore for them later. Like, I think they have an idea for the lore in this game, but it's not been, like, fully fleshed out and written. A lot of it has. I don't want that Vor. I agree with short take. Yeah, at least for several classes. It does seem kind of odd. Yes. Is there not a big enough XP bonus to balance out adding the play? No, there's not a big enough XP bonus. So, 6 players in a party. How do I put this? If a mob gives you 100 XP per kill when you're solo, then it gives 25 XP per kill when you're in a party of 6. So you're getting a little bit of an XP bonus for a party of 6. You watch an ad for 30 seconds? Oh no. I probably did respond to it. It's okay. You'll probably disagree with what I said anyway. That happens. No, what did you say? I think I agreed with you, actually. Oh, the races? Yeah. The race class combos seem a little bit arbitrary. I would agree with that. They do seem that way. If you have a dedicated puller doing chain pulls, it's really good XP in a 6-man group. It's still worse than solo. I promise, man. I'm not going to sit here and debate it over and over and over again. I've proven it multiple times. It's just it's a fact that a 6-party group pulling at full tilt as fast as they possibly can and burning down mobs as quickly as they possibly can is not as good of XP as a good solo class played by a skilled player or a duo or trio. It's just not. Period. There is zero debate to this. The only possible way that is true is if you have 6 very bad players, in which case they're probably not pulling fast enough anyway. What's the sweet spot in a group number-wise? The fewest possible. Solo, if you're a solo class and you're skilled at the game and you know what you're doing, solo. If you are not a solo class, you want to duo. If you're not a duo class, which consists of rogue and bard, that's pretty much it, then trio. Other than that, you don't want to add more players to your party. It is a net negative every single time. You will not be exponentially killing the mobs faster. You will not do it. I promise, guys. I promise. You missed past context? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just trying to spread the information because not enough people understand this. They don't get it, and there are people that argue with me on it because they don't know. Which goes back to our conversation from the very beginning of the stream, which is play the game for several thousand hours, and you'll start to see the difference of the issues. There's a lot of people that have played the game they've played one class to level 20. They've spent maybe 100 hours total in the game and think they know everything about the game. And it's like, good luck. If you're listening to those people, then I don't know what else to tell you. I gained more XP soloing, killing light blues than I did in this group with dark blues. Yep, you absolutely will. Can you do dungeons in a trio, like same level? You can if you're careful, yeah. It depends. It depends on the dungeon. But that's a whole other argument, right? What are you going to the dungeon for? There are, but that's kind of the problem with it is these dungeons sometimes at level are going to require more players. But why would you go to the dungeon? If it doesn't give better XP, it doesn't give better money, it doesn't give better loot, why are you going to the dungeon and with a full group? Like, there's just no point. That's the problem with it. And that's what the devs need to change and fix. For items, yeah, we already talked about that. You missed that conversation, apparently. We're literally camping a mob right now. There's a wizard teleporter right there. You can't see it really because of the fog. Wizard teleporter right there. You can run over here, come up this hill, and you can pull this mob. And it's 4 of the best items in the game off this mob, off this one mob. And it's like, that's so easy to get to. It's not, I don't know how to explain it, man. You're not getting better items out of the dungeon, necessarily. But even if you got the best items out of the dungeon, even if you did, XP is still the most important thing until you're level 60. So it's not even an argument. I'm just trying to explain this, like, I talk about this every single day, and it gets very tiring to talk about because people continue to try to argue with me on it, and they're just flat wrong. Because their perspective is from one perspective. It's just wrong. But you're speaking about max level, right? I'm speaking about leveling group. No, I'm talking about a leveling group. Here's why. If I can XP twice as fast in a duo, okay? So, like, just do the math. If I can XP twice as fast in a duo, which I can, easily twice as fast, than in a party of 6, why would I not just out-level the content a little bit and then go back and camp those items in a duo or a trio in a smaller group that's going to get me more XP per hour? You don't have to go at level, right? You can go at level, and it's going to be challenging, and you're just going to get everything slower. You're going to kill the mob slower. You're going to get XP slower. You're going to literally do everything slower. Sure, you can do that, which is an option, but it's way less efficient. So let's say I put in 100 hours into my character. I get to level 30, whatever. And then I can go back and spend another 10 hours camping a mob at level 30 with a duo. So I put 110 hours into the character. Or I can put 200 hours into a character, and I'm level 30, and I got the same item. You put twice the amount of effort in, twice the amount of time in, to get literally the exact same location. The same exact thing. Why would you do that? It's silly. The whole thing is silly. So yeah, you can do it. Oh, I need heals. You can do it at level if you want to. You can do everything at level and camp it at level. It's just going to take you twice as long to do it. Asking if you can go into a dungeon in a trio and kill bosses. I don't care about XP. Yeah. Depending on your level, absolutely. It depends on the boss. It depends on the level. It depends on a bunch of factors. It depends on your class makeup. Depends on a bunch of things. But yes, to answer your question, yes, you can do it in a duo or trio, or a solo in some cases. Gith, for example, went deep into, at level 60, went deep into Grimtide Sanctum on his shaman and soloed bosses. By himself, in the dungeon. So yes, you can absolutely do it if you want to. I think you should look at it this way. It's all new people coming into your stream, so you keep telling new people. Yes, it is. It's oftentimes new people, and it's okay. Like, I don't mind repeating myself. It's just like, oh my gosh. Like, I don't like to have the argument over and over. I just wish that people would come in and be like, hey, this guy's put in thousands of hours into the game, multiple level 60 characters, has camped literally every item in the game, has played nearly every class in the game at various level ranges. Maybe, just maybe, he knows a little bit what he's talking about. I just wish I could do that. Maybe he might be onto something. Instead of being like, nah, I put 100 hours into this game and I got a level 20 character and you're wrong. I'm just so tired of that. You know what I mean? I'm just so tired of that, dude. It's crazy. Nah, Criddle, you don't know what you're talking about with Charm because I have a level 4 Enchanter. Okay. Anyway, as an experienced player, could you shed some light on maybe 3 or 4 great duo combinations? I give you a bunch of great duo combinations. Shaman and any melee class except for Bard or Rogue. So Shaman Monk, Shaman Fighter, Shaman Paladin, Shaman Inquisitor, Shaman Shadow Knight, Shaman Beastmaster, Shaman Spellblade. Amazing duos. Right there. Like that is probably, I just gave you 6 amazing duos. Right? Just easy. Enchanter Druid. We could do the same thing for Druid. Druid Fighter, Druid Shadow Knight, Druid with any other class, any other melee class. Also a very good duo. Like insanely good duo. Druid with another caster class. Also a good duo. Yeah, there's a bunch. Get a t-shirt that says that? That says what? Like, just believe me? As someone who's level 24, I can tell you that everything you know about high-level content is wrong. Yes, I am. I'm sure that is correct. No, like, I appreciate the perspective of a low-level player, right? Here's the perspective. If you are under level, let's say, 40, the things that you should be focusing on and where your point of view is very valid and very appreciated and needed is the leveling experience to get to that level, how the class flows to that level, can you solo up to that level, you know, things like that. Are there fun places to go at that level? Those are the things that those players should be looking at. And they're all very valid things. Even if you don't play in the high level, like, you know, and you don't know a lot about the mechanics of the game, you're just playing as a casual player at the lower end, you still have very valuable knowledge that about the game. Like, for example, I've said that I played almost every class in the game, which I have, but I didn't level every class in the game from 1 to 60. I don't have time for that. You know how much time that would take? You're talking like 200 hours minimum if you're solo it, and upwards of 400 to 500 hours if you try to group it. Times 18. So even if it's 200 hours times 18, you're talking about 3,600 hours of just leveling classes, assuming I can do that, right? Which you can't do with every class. I can't put that amount of time into the game. But I have played every class to some extent at various levels, most of which at higher level. So I can't tell you the leveling experience of a level 1 to 20 rogue. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, is that good? Is it bad? I feel like it's probably not great. Just based on what I know about the rogue. So there's a lot of value that you can still bring. But yeah, don't try to tell me that charm isn't overpowered, because I'm telling you that it is. Like, I promise. Druid Wizard is sick. Yeah, Druid Wizard is a good combo. Druid Enchanter is a pretty good combo. Yeah, those are all very good. There's tons of good duos in the game. And then trios as well. So like with a trio, it's basically just add a DPS. Take any duo and add more damage somehow. Whatever you can do to add more damage. DPS is king. It is king. It's good to keep having the conversations, and you're in a small pool, consistently doing it on stream. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Like, I'm not trying to hate on people for it. Just please, please, please try not to argue with me on it. Like, I'm a very argumentative person, and I apologize for that. It's more so that I just get frustrated when people don't believe me. And I'm like, why don't you believe me? Question me for sure. Do that. You know, hey, like I say, charm is overpowered. Well, why is charm overpowered? Criddle? Cool. Right? But if I say charm is overpowered, no, Criddle, you're wrong, and here's why you're wrong. Okay. Now's where I'm like, okay, you just don't understand the game. Anyway, I love the conversations, though. I love the conversation. I wasn't arguing about the XP. I was curious if it's possible. No. I get you, Ingold. Like, you're fine, bud. You're fine. Don't worry about it. I was curious if it's possible to run the dungeon with a smaller group. I didn't know if they were... We discussed. Yes, we discussed things here. Designed specifically for 4 groups. Thanks for the answer. So... I think that the dungeons, yes, are designed for full groups, right? They are, in fact, designed that way by the devs to be like, a full group at level coming in here, this is what it's supposed to be. But that's not how players are going to play them. So we've talked about this before as well. Design in the game, the way the developers design a game, is not always how the players play the game, right? The round peg, square hole analogy that we've talked about, that you've probably seen in a bunch of different places. Round peg, square hole. The developers expect you to put the round peg in the round hole, the square peg in the square hole. But if it's easier to put the square peg in the round hole, players are going to put it in the round hole. Every single time. Like, they're not going to play the way you want them to play because you ask them to play that way. Right? Doesn't matter what the devs intend. It's what they built. So, yes, they are designed that way, but they do not have to be played that way. Depending, again, on the classes that you're playing, the groups that you're putting together. Like, if I take my fighter with a shaman and an enchanter into anywhere in the game, I could probably kill anything in the game. Currently. Like, it's just not hard. Add a monk to that, and I can guarantee you I can pull and kill anything in the game. Because the monk will be able to get single pulls of all the mobs. Actually, take the enchanter out just have my fighter, an enchanter, and a shaman. Sorry, a fighter, monk, and a shaman together, I can kill anything in the game. Like, it's not hard to do. Because we'll get single pulls every single time. We have the haste buff. You have the best slows. You have the healing. You have the tanking. You have the DPS. You have everything you need from those 3 classes. In fact, replace the fighter with a Shadow Knight, and you could pretty much do that with just a Shadow Knight and Shaman. Kill anything in the game. You don't even need anything else. So, yeah. Funny enough, I had the charm discussion with my friend last night, and he was, yeah, that's super powerful. Yeah, it just takes, like, there's a guy in my chat. He may not be here today. His name is I Lose. If you're here, I Lose, speak up, say hello. He's a guy that comes in my chat often. He plays a Necromancer. He's a more casual player. And he didn't realize that you could Fear Kite on the Necromancer. Didn't even know it was a thing. And he was trying to solo, and he was like saying, oh, you know, it's kind of slow soloing, etc. Until you realize that you can Fear Kite on a Necromancer and Charm Kite and do all those things. Then you're like, oh, crap. This is insane. It's more about what you don't know than what you do know, right? That's the thing about this game. Knowledge is very powerful. Nothing ever truly changes without argument. All part of the process. It is, yeah. I think we should change it to debate, but your statement stands absolutely. I just don't like to be I don't like to be the content creator that argues all the time. I don't like to be the guy that argues all the time, because people throughout my entire life have said I'm very argumentative, and I am. Like, I get it. I'm often the contrarian, right? The devil's advocate, the shoe is on the other foot. I often do that, which comes off as argumentative. I get it. I'm not going to deny it. I've done very few actual group dungeons, I think partly because people are not forming groups for them in the circles I roll in. They're not forming groups in general because it's not worth it. What you said about players not playing the way you intend is 100% my experience in working in games. Yeah, 100%. That's what it is. It's just they never do. Players always find the path of least resistance. Always. They're like water. People tell me all the time at work that I never agree with anything, and I try to tell them I do agree. I just want to be objective. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I agree with what a lot of people say, but I may disagree with how you say it, or I may disagree with something else, right? Like, or maybe I agree, but there's a different perspective. Completely different perspective. Like pineapple on pizza, right? You hate it. I love it. Which one is wrong? Neither, because it's an opinion. Neither's wrong. We have different taste buds. You know? But people argue that stuff. I won't argue stuff like that because it's not arguable. You know? I will only truly argue something that I believe to be unarguable. Where perspective doesn't matter. Otherwise, you know, everybody's right and everybody's wrong at the same time. All right, let's see what else can we pull here. We're really not pulling that many more mobs since Dory, and this isn't this is not an attack on Dory and Vor. We're just not really pulling that many more mobs. Pineapple bacon jalapeno on pizza slaps. That sounds good. I would eat that. You're wrong for sure on that one. People will disagree, right? They're going to be like, no, pineapple does not belong on pizza. I love a good Hawaiian pizza. Now you're making me want to get pizza, but we're having crab legs tonight for dinner. My girlfriend found crab legs on sale, so she's going to make some crab legs. Otherwise, I would say let's get a pineapple jalapeno bacon pizza and eat that. I'd be down. You're wrong, Criddle. You do not like pineapple. Oh, I do not like pineapple on pizza. I am wrong about my own taste buds. Thanks, Vor. Crab leg pizza? I'd do a crab pizza. My favorite pizza is actually barbecue chicken pizza with onions. Delicious. With barbecue sauce instead of pizza sauce, chicken, and sweet onions. Sweet Vidalia onions. Let's not lose subs by talking about pineapple on pizza. Yes, it's delicious. It is very good. That Hawaiian pizza, man, it's delicious. Yeah, I became an outcast a long time ago from that. We used to go to Mellow Mushroom Pizza. You guys ever been to Mellow Mushroom? We used to go to Mellow Mushroom like every, I want to say it was Monday nights. It was like trivia night that they did back when in the old college days, and we would all order pizza. I would order a pineapple, a Hawaiian, oftentimes, and people would get all mad at me because we would like order pizza, and then like we would probably order like 4 pizzas for the table. Then we just kind of share pizza with people, you know. Like I want a slice of that, and I want a slice of that, and I want a slice of that. Are you able to stream at 1080p, or do you run into buffering issues? I should be streaming at 1080p, 60 frames. Is it not? Are you guys not getting 1080p 60? That might be. Ooh, is that because of Restream? Yeah, I can stream at 1080p. Yes. If I'm not, I don't know why I'm not. You don't have the option on Twitch? Uh-oh. I'll have to look into it. 720? Oh, no. Nobody told me about that. I will look into it. It might be a Restream thing because I'm using Restream recently. I changed to that. Let me see if that's the issue. Hang on a second. Let me try to pull it up. Wow. No, I absolutely stream at 1080p. Actually, let me look at my options. I will fix it for next stream. I won't be able to fix it this stream, but I can fix it for next stream. Stream output. That's correct. Video 1080p, resolution 60 frames. All right, so that's pushing correctly. Yeah, I am currently rendering it at 1080p 60 frames. It's got to be a Restream thing. Still looks fine? Yeah, I'm sure it looks okay, but let me look at something else. I'm trying to look at it. Sorry. I'm trying to... I think it's a Restream. So, anyway, long story short, I switched recently to Restream so that I could blend my YouTube and Twitch chat together. And that's probably what's causing it. Is I'm using the free version of Restream, and it's probably like... The free version only allows you to do... Let me look. Can I stream at 1080p with Restream.io? Hang on. Yes, but how you do it depends on whether you use your browser-based or third-party software. Free plan or limited to 720p. To enable, click the gear icon. Okay. That's the problem. I'm doing the free plan. I may have to pay to do the bigger one. Well, I'll look into it. I'll get it fixed. I'm a casual player, and I really want to play this game, but I didn't get closed beta invite, and I'm a little scared that people who did will have great advantage compared to others. They will. They absolutely will. But you found the right place to get you that same advantage. Will I still be able to play, be playable for me, or will I have to play solo because of meta, class builds, which will be wanted in most groups? You'll still be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be able to play it as a casual player, even if you didn't get beta. But you have also found the... I'm gonna pat myself on the back here. The most informative stream you're gonna find on this game. Like, seriously. We talk about everything here. So, yeah. But you can absolutely play this game casually, starting in early access, pick a class, and just start playing and have fun. Even things that are not like the meta and the best class builds, for the first like 20 levels, people aren't going to care. Because it doesn't really matter. It's only really going to matter later in the game. And hopefully by the time, if you're a casual player, hopefully by the time it matters for you, the balance will be better. And it won't be as big of an issue. And you'll hopefully also learn some of that meta on the way. Because this game takes a long time. It's not a fast game to level up in. But there will be players that are going to just blow right past you. They're going to just like, phew. But that's going to happen if you say that you're a casual player anyway. That's going to happen no matter what, whether you're a meta player or not. It doesn't matter. Like, there's probably going to be people that level faster than I do in this game. Because while I know the meta, I won't necessarily use the meta or play the meta all the time. The Charmers are the meta? Well, that's true, yes. Charm is the current meta. Sorry, I switched to that temporarily to interrupt. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Stuff's happening. I'm a little calmer now. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. If you have any questions whatsoever regarding the game... Whoops. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm switching all sorts of things around here. If you have any questions whatsoever regarding the game, feel free to ask. I will get you the best possible information that I can get you. So, Enchanter is the stuff like EQ. Enchanter is literally a copy-paste of EverQuest. Or, of EverQuest Enchanter. Yeah. It's the same exact class. There's almost no difference. Other than the names of spells. Ow. Hurt my wrist. I think they will fix it, or will there be 60 Necros in 7 days? You know, that's to be seen. To be determined. I absolutely believe that there will be level... 60s current. If they release the game tomorrow in its current state, there would absolutely be level 60s in a week or two. I have zero doubt. Maybe not 7 days. That would be a lot in 7 days, but... Because how many hours are in 7 days? 7 times 24 is 140 plus 7 times 4, 168, right? 168 hours. That would be really hard to do. The fastest XP in this game is probably 150 or so hours to get to max level. So possible, but you wouldn't be able to sleep for 7 days. Which is not humanly possible. Well, I mean, I think it is. Somebody's going to be like, well, actually, there was a man who didn't sleep for a month straight back in 1834. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that information. But no, I would imagine 2 weeks you're gonna have level 60s early access. Absolutely. They will mostly be soloers though. Soloers and duoers. I feel like power leveling to max takes away from the adventure part of the game. Oh, it does. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it absolutely takes away from... are we keeping anything charmed? Or are you just charming for mobs, Dorencia? I don't know what's going on. I'm not a pizza fan. You're going to keep him? Okay. Yeah. No problem. Do power leveling on alts? Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, people aren't going to power level their first characters. They're just going to level them fast on because they want to power level their alts. I'll double check and make sure. I don't think that's a placeholder. I'll double check. Give it a few minutes to see if the placeholder spawns. Warn them repeatedly, so XP too fast. Yeah, falls in deaf ears now. Yeah, I don't know if it is the placeholder or not. I don't think it is. Because we just pulled... Yeah. We'll see. I don't think it's falling on deaf ears. I just generally think that the dev team don't know how to communicate with the community in an informative way. That's probably the case as well. Yeah, I think they do know at this point. I think they're just trying different ways to fix it. And the ways that they're trying to fix it are not the best. In my opinion, anyway. I still want this game. I want to fall in love with my character. Absolutely. That's exactly why you should play this game. Like, you should have a connection with your character. You know, not a, yeah, I played World of Warcraft, and I don't remember my character name, and I don't remember what class I played. But yeah, I remember playing World of Warcraft. It was fun. Like, that's what I feel like about most World of Warcraft people. I look back on my EverQuest days. I could tell you what my gnome enchanter looked like. I could tell you most of the gear, the name to the, like, I used the Oracle robe for a while. I had the Stein of Magok. I had the Shisar staff. I finally did upgrade to the glowing black stone. Like, I can remember all the different names of the different items that I used to use. And, you know, like, the Oracle robe having the blue robe, and then you get the shiny metallic robe, which is the purple robe with like the stuff. Like, that's what I want out of a video game. Is I want to be able to remember all of those details. My like an EverQuest 2 character, he looked like a giant turd most of the time because he had an ability as a guardian that, and that's about all I remember. Like, I don't really remember much else. The problem with WoW is if you're playing retail WoW, you're playing a new game every expansion. That's kind of true, yeah. They made World of Warcraft very much like Final Fantasy 14. Every time they add in new content, it effectively resets. The Stein, yeah, the Stein of Magok. You guys remember that thing? Yeah, I used that thing forever. It took me a long time to get a glowing black stone. Did these mobs on aggro? What the heck just happened? Weird. Ah! Save me, Dory. There's a bunch of mobs coming. And that blue robe that everybody had. Yeah, that was the Oracle robe. The blue, the light blue robe. I had that for a long time. Like that was the if you were a casual player, well even hardcore players, if you weren't in a raid guild or camped mobs all day long, that was the robe you ended up with as a spellcaster. Was the Oracle robe. I get away with my WoW account when I was done with max level, decked out character. Never would have happened with EQ. Yeah, absolutely never would have happened with EQ. No. I gave access to my character to a friend in EverQuest so that I could get it back. But I gave him access, but I never really gave away my character. I always had access to it. I could possibly get my old EverQuest account back. But the character may not even be there anymore. I have no idea. Vanilla, it was Oracle robe, shiny metallic robe, planar robes. Yep. That was absolutely it, progression-wise. Yep. It took me a long time. I was mad because I got the Oracle robe. I had that, right? Then I got the shiny metallic robe. But I had to use the shiny metallic robe as a turn-in to get my epic weapon. So I ended up back in the Oracle robe again. I was so angry. I was like, really? I have to downgrade my gear so that I can get my epic weapon? I was so annoyed. But then I got the robe. So I went from Oracle robe, shiny metallic robe, back down to Oracle robe, and then I got the robe from one of the dragons in Vishan's Peak. That one I don't remember the name of it. But I only got that one because every other caster in the raid had a better robe. That was from like deeper in Vishan's Peak. This was like one of the early mobs from Vishan's Peak, I think. So I literally everybody else passed on it. And I was like, all right, well, whatever. That was the Enchanter epic. You were Enchanter. I was an Enchanter, yeah. The Staff of Shisar was the Enchanter epic. And yeah, it required the shiny metallic robe as a turn-in. I have some unforgettable memories from Ultima Online. Oh, dude, I love Ultima Online. I've got some really cool memories, too. I played on a private Czech server called Moria. It was expanding Tolkien's story after Frodo designed the ring. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's really cool. Yeah, that'd be fun. I tried to make a couple of emulated servers back in the day on Ultima Online, but I couldn't get anybody to play them. But yeah, it's super fun doing that. My favorite story from Ultima Online days was I had a friend of mine that I played Meridian 59 with, and I was playing Ultima Online, and we were using ICQ back then. If you know what ICQ is, the little uh-oh every time you got a message. Anyway, we're using ICQ, and I'm playing Ultima Online, and I find this house, and I used to run by different houses, and every time I'd run by, I would double-click the door to see if it was unlocked, because a lot of people forgot to lock their doors in Ultima Online. So I ran by this house, and it was unlocked. And I was like, uh-oh. Anyway, went inside, and there was boxes and boxes and boxes. It was just a small house. It was like some like high playtime players, like stash house that they probably just farmed tons and tons and tons of items, magic items, and they just stashed them in this house. And I found them, and I couldn't carry them all, so I ICQ'd my friend, and I was like, dude, you've got to come over here. I found all these magic items. Like, this is insane loot. And he was like, where is it at? And I told him, and he's like, I have enough money to buy a boat. Barely. So he spent all of his gold to buy a boat. And we went over there to this house and completely emptied it out. And took all this dude's loot, put it on the boat, took it to town, and just stole it all. I mean, it was probably hundreds of magic items. Yeah, that was fun times. I really enjoyed that. ICQ and Ventrilo. Yeah, we use Ventrilo for our EverQuest 2 guild. What's your favorite mechanic from any MMO RPG game ever? I like the one where you would be implemented in Monster's Memory. I don't know. Well, honestly, my favorite is probably Final Fantasy's job switch mechanic, where you only play one character, but you can be any role. So, like, you only make one character, but all of your alts are that same character. That might be my favorite thing. I really like that. Because then I don't have to make multiple characters to play different classes. I don't know. I like the although that really wouldn't work as well in this game, because you have to be different races to be different classes and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't work as well, but it, yeah. By the way, that was one of the one of those was the placeholder. So Dory does not have a placeholder charmed, because I just pulled the placeholder. So we're good. Just got the game. Any tips on getting started? I would recommend doing your class quest, whatever class quest. So when you start up, you're going to have a note in your inventory. Read the note and learn how to do that, because that's going to teach you how the mud commands work. It's going to teach you how quests work in the game. There's not a lot of quests, but there are some quests in the game. And a lot of people complain that the mud system is complicated and really confusing. So that's a really good thing to do, to learn how to use the mud system properly. So yeah, I recommend that. And I recommend exploring the town that you start in, whether it's Night Harbor or Phalandraw, learning where everything is. Find your class trainer. But look for other ones as well. Just learn where different things are at. Yeah. That's really the only getting started tips. And then just go out and just try stuff. Just do. The Discord got attacked recently, so it was like recovering. Wait, what happened? Which Discord? The Monsters and Memories Discord did? You had 30K members on UO Discord? Oh, wow. Oh, the one that you were talking about, the special server that you're talking about. Learn where the vendors are. Getting bags. Beginning is very nice. Yep, that's another very good tip. Yeah, good call there. Yeah, get bags. Learn where to get bags. I recommend everybody learn how to get rawhide scraps. Turn and get and what's the other one? Low quality pelts, and turn both of them into canvas so that you can make your very first backpack. Everybody can make their first backpack relatively easily. Oh, I need speed of the wild, please. I'm a slowpoke. Yeah, the vendors, that's another thing about this game that a lot of people don't realize is vendors only buy and sell specific items. Unless they're a shady vendor, in which case they will buy and sell almost all items. And they'll give you less for them, or they'll charge you more for them if you're buying from them. So you want to learn what all the different vendors are. So if you're trying to sell like armor, you need to go to an armor vendor. If you're trying to sell weapons, you have to go to a weapon vendor. If you're trying to sell bug parts like beetle legs or eyes or whatever, you're going to want to go to the cook. Usually where you sell those. Yeah, you don't want to... Am I lagging? What's going on here? You don't want to buy or sell from the shady vendor. If you can help it. I'm hooked by Monster Memory as well, waiting for every Friday to win lottery. Yeah, hopefully you get in. But if you don't get in, there's only going to be 5 weeks left of beta. It's not much. In just a few short weeks, beta is going to end, and they're going to shut down the servers and prepare for early access launch. And then we're all going to be in the same boat together. Join me for that adventure. I will be here streaming it a lot. I think the beta is nice to try new classes, though. Got 2 more to try out on the list. Interests me. Yeah, it's great for that. Yeah. Find the class that you like. Play all the classes that you are interested in. I would recommend leveling them to 20, which will probably, on average, take you, a couple days per class, depending on how much you play per day. Like a couple or a few days, like 3 to 4 days to get to level 20, give or take. But yeah, definitely get them all up to at least 20. The ones that you really like, I would recommend taking a little bit higher to really learn them. Got both Shaman and Enchanter to 20, and full swap to Archer, and don't want to go back. Yeah, absolutely. Friend got Paladin 20 and is keeping it. Other friend went Fighter and is swapping Bard now. If you don't get sidetracked, you probably will get sidetracked. Yeah, you can squirrel very easily in this game. Very easily. Whoops. Very, very easily. Beta ending mid-September, something around there. Yeah, they haven't given a date. So 1 to 2 weeks is what they've said. They want to shut down beta for 1 to 2 weeks prior to early access starting. We're nearing 40 now, and it's been a blast. Awesome. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, if you've gotten to level 40, you've gotten a good feel for the game, and you're starting to open up how the game actually is going to play, right? Level 50 to 60 is the best experience in this game by far. Not like level experience, like XP. But it's the best, like, as far as how the game is meant to be played throughout. The first 20 levels are pretty fast and kind of eh. But they're going to be something special for certain players. But those players have probably already played it. Like, when early access starts at this point, it's mostly going to be players that know what they want to do, know where they want to go. You know, they have enough information on the game from playing it or watching videos, or, you know, that kind of stuff. My goodness gracious, we're getting so much leather here today. Why are we getting so much leather? I mean, I'm not going to complain about it. I need this leather. It's just kind of odd. What am I supposed to do during those 2 weeks? Come here, hang out. I might do a Valheim server. That's our plan right now. For the start of, before the start of early access. We'll do like a week or two of Valheim. Could be fun. That's what you should do. I'm going to look into it. I'm not going to make any promises I'm going to do that, but I'm going to look into it. We're hoping the Paladin rework fixes their issues. I hope so too, yeah. Paladin's a cool class. It's a good class. It's just other classes are better. Which rings are you using? I am using which ones am I using? I'm using this, which is a raid ring. And then I'm using the Ring of Razor Brood, which is probably the best tank ring in the game after they did the jewelry nerf. Actually, it's not probably. It is the best ring in the game. Well, technically it's the third best ring in the game. The raid ring that I have, the second best ring is this one right here, but the fourth version of this ring. So this is a quest item. This the Ashira pack ring has 4 versions. The first one is easy to get. The second one you need to kill a named mob, which is still not that hard, around level 20. The third one you have to be around level 35 to 40. And the last one you need to be 50 plus, which is the 4th ring. And it's extremely rare drop, if it even drops anymore. I have doubts that it even drops anymore. I've camped it a bunch and I haven't seen it. So just cancel your WoW sub after 60 hours in M&M. Can't see myself going back to WoW anytime soon. Might even skip Classic Plus. I will play Classic Plus WoW if it comes out like January or later, because I'm going to be too busy October, November, and December with this game. But I have a feeling that it's going to come out. What are these guys camping out here? You said you used to play WoW. Did you ever play the beta in WoW? My friend had the beta, so I played it over at his house a little bit and messed around with it. But no, I never played the beta, and I personally never had a beta account for WoW. But he played it. And I was over there and checked it out a little bit. I wasn't like super interested in WoW back then. I was an EverQuest fanboy, and I was more interested in EverQuest 2. And I had no intentions of playing World of Warcraft. I didn't like the graphics of it. I guess another group decided to come in and take that. If you guys want to petition, you can. I mean, but another group decided to come in and take the Druid Ring outside. I mean, I don't personally care. We can pull Costco. Why are they pulling that? I don't know. They just literally just showed up just now. And they're killing some of the mobs over there. We did clear it, yeah. Yeah, see, this is the where the issue comes in with the camping and stuff in this game, the camp checks and whatnot, right? What is considered something that's campable and etc. Those are all static mobs. The whole thing. You can only claim one named. That's not true. Since you're at Hovarth, they can have a Druid Ring. Of course, they should ask which one you want first. Yeah, that's not actually how that works. You can't. There's nothing in the thing says you can only claim one named in Play Nice policy, specifically. The way that it reads is, like the mobs you can see in that area, blah 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 blah, whatever. It's very vague. It's a whole thing. Did you say anything to him, Isar, or did they say anything to you? We are clearing it now? Yeah. This is how it works. I talked to GM 2 days ago about this. I understand you may have talked to a GM 2 days ago. It's very vague, and they don't. A GM does not mean all GMs. They all have different ways that they handle it, and it's different per camp, and it's different per mob, and it's different per everything. Because of the way the Play Nice policy is written, you can absolutely camp more than one mob. There are some named mobs that actually share the same spawn location. So you could that would be two named right there. So that the one named thing is just incorrect. This is where the GMs need to get a better handling on the game. Yeah, all GMs will interpret it differently. That's the problem with it. Yeah, I'm not trying to argue it. I'm just trying to point out what's going on. But again, this does not encourage group play. Like the whole argument that we had earlier, we've been pulling that entire camp and this, like that whole area and this whole area. I don't want to call them camps because that's going to get people confused again. We have been pulling both of those areas consistently, keeping them cleared. And because we have a full group of 6. And if the GM says, oh, you can only pull this one area, that encourages smaller groups. It encourages, okay, so we could split, right? Let's do it this way then. We're going to take our 6 people and we're going to split it into 2 groups of 3. Now we can camp those 2 different locations. Or let's split into 3 groups of 2. Can we now camp 3 different locations? Or we can go to 1 person at each different location and we can now have 6 different camps. But we're all helping each other out. That's the problem. You see where the issue is. It's just not. It's a silly way that they're trying to enforce it. Like, we could easily say that this group, like, we could just break up this group and have 3 people sit at the outside camp and 3 people sit in this side at this camp right here. But we could help each other out. Oop, that's the wrong. Wait, is that Taylor and Camp? Yeah, it's just the whole thing's silly. They really need to work on their they really need to work on that. Yeah, and to Esar's point, it's not respectful. It's a play nice policy, not a use GM intervention policy. Right? It's not a I don't know. It's dumb. How do you feel about Penny's suggestion? Mobs from a certain radius from mob have a very small chance to drop loot when the name spawns. No. Like, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Like, what would the... So, like, the name spawns, and then everything in an area around them has a chance of dropping loot? The same loot from the name? I don't understand how you would actually do that. Oops. Stupid game. Oh, we got another golden hoop. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. I mean, maybe it will work, but I don't understand how that would work. All mobs from a certain radius of the named mob have a very small chance of dropping the same loot. Okay, so if they did that, that's just going to be more... It's just going to be more, more loot into the game. So they would have to then change all of the drop rates of the named mobs and spawn rates of the named mobs. Otherwise, they're going to have an influx of additional items and additional loot. So they could do that, sure. I mean, it's an option. But it would mess up their economy. The reason I play on the PvP server, though, fight for mobs instead of occupying the mob. Well, the PvP server has its own issues. Like, you can say that's why you play on a PvP server. The reason I don't play on a PvP server is because I don't want to go AFK for 30 seconds and have somebody kill me. Or I don't want to be soloing a mob somewhere and have a group of 6 people show up and just start killing me. Or, you know, I don't want to deal with all that. I want to be able to play the game and have fun. And casually play and not have to have my head on a swivel. So, there's pluses and minuses to both PvP and PvE. Right? Like, I totally get it, but the one resolution does not, or one resolution causes other problems. So, I wouldn't mind if the items like Skelly's wearing staves have a small chance to add a minor stat to it, like staff with +1 wisdom. Like green gear, like World of Warcraft green gear. Is that what you're talking about? It's kind of what that would be. That would be good to have more loot. Need to stop higher levels from camping low-level names somehow. To stop a higher level from camping a low-level name, you itemize the game better. That solves that problem. Why was a high level player, why would they want to have an item from a low level camp when they can get a better item from a higher level camp? That's literally just an itemization issue. To sell to low levels? Why would I just get the higher level item and sell it to low levels? Everything's trade. Almost everything in this game is tradable. Currently what it is, it just makes the low level gear obsolete. Completely obsolete. At some point in the future, this game will have 0 players in the low level dungeons because of how they've designed it. It's literally, you're going to have people that are low level, and then once the higher levels get high enough level, and then the low levels start leveling through stuff, eventually you're going to get to a point where nobody in the entire game camps low level stuff. And then that argument of, oh, these high levels are always camping our stuff is going to be completely gone. Like, just completely gone. And people are going to then say, there's nobody in lower level dungeons. Why don't we repurpose the low level dungeons for something else? So, like, that's that whole argument. It's yeah. Reduce the mob loot, but at least I can still farm for the item if the named is camped. Well, if you do it but a certain radius, though, here's the other thing with that. Camping a named, you are also camping that area. It specifically states in there that when you own a camp, you own a camp, the named and the area that you can see around them is how it states it. So it doesn't really prevent that. It increases the chance that that group will get the item because they still own every name around that, as per the Play Nice policy. You can't camp all the named camps. Nobody's saying you can. I'm confused. I feel like it's not actual high levels in low level places. It's people who can comfortably solo it. So 20s and 30s in Wormsbane. That's 100% what it is. Yeah. Level 60 players don't go into Wormsbane. Level 20 to 30 players go into Wormsbane. Level 60 players, level 50 players, and like high level players have nothing they want out of Wormsbane. None of that gear is worth camping. It's the mid-level players that are trying to level enchanting. That's a problem with enchanting. A lot of times it is. It states the camp is a static mob in that area, not everything you can see. Any roamers in the area are free. I don't think that's what it says. I'd have to go back and reread it, but I don't think that's what it says. Any roamers in the area are free to take. But they aren't, actually. It depends on what you define as roamers, and that's the problem. They've redefined that recently. Roamers can be a static roamer. Like, what if the roamer spawns here, walks out here, does something, walks back in here, right? That's a roamer, but it's still a static mob in that area. Those are still part of that camp. It explicitly states that. My first week had people 40 to 50 in Wormsbane running for name to name. That's probably because they were leveling enchanting. That's a problem with enchanting. That's not a problem with or disenchanting and enchanting. That's what the issue was. It's a trade skill problem. You claiming all three names? We're not claiming anything at the moment. Well, we're getting Hovarth. Yeah, they're doing it for enchanting. Exactly. That's a problem with trade skilling. It's not an issue with anything else. It's a trade skill issue. They need to have a better way, to deal with how to level up enchanting. This goes back, though, to our conversation about XP groups, right? In a full party of 6, this is why a full party of 6 XP is another reason that it is not as good as solo duos and trios, is because you're only allowed to camp one small area. We are allowed to get this camp right here of Hovarth, and we have claim to this and like this room right here because that's what we can see or whatever. But our group can comfortably kill a lot more enemies than that. But we're not allowed to have those mobs. Somebody else can come in and take those. Whether they are a solo, duo, trio, full group, doesn't matter. And it disincentivizes full groups and more incentivizes smaller groups for XP reasons. So, like, these are the problems that the devs are just not addressing. Period. They're just not addressing it. Did you petition and get a response about this camp issue? No, it's not worth petitioning over. Like, I don't care that much. We're just discussing it. If a dev comes right now, I guarantee you they will say share. They will say pick a named and kill that named. In which case, I would probably, to counter the devs, be like, okay, fine, let's do that. And I would say Vor, Sam, and myself can stay here. Volts, Dorencia, and Isar can go to the other camp. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make 2 different groups, and we're going to camp 2 different mobs. And the dev is going to be like, well, I don't know what to do about that. And they're going to freak out about it. And it's going to be a whole issue. That's literally what would happen. Because they're going to try to force you to share it. But it's like, but we're in a group of 6, not in a group of 3. We are comfortably able to camp these 2 locations. So why can we not have those just because we're in a party of 6? Just because we created a party of 6 people? We can't have that? It's not a fair situation, right? We have 6 people. It's dumb. The whole thing is dumb. Were they being disrespectful? They came up and grabbed an open camp. It wasn't open. We've been clearing it for hours. We have been keeping that particular named clear for hours. We actually were keeping it clear with 4 people for hours prior to them even showing up. So, yeah, pretty disrespectful for them to just show up and start killing it, right? Would you not be a little bit upset if they did that to you? I mean, I'm not upset about it. I'm just trying to point out the problem with it. But you can't have 2 camps. But I just explained how I can have 2 camps. Because we could split up into 2 separate groups, and we're allowed to do that. And then we could easily clear both of those camps. But we just decided to do it as a group of 6. But we don't have to. You see the point? But the 2 groups are not the same group for sure. Yeah, they're not. And that's the problem with the whole system. It breaks down. The entirety of the system breaks down when you start thinking about it that way. So it again discourages people from being in a full party of 6. It's less XP, and we get less loot now because we can't claim the camp. Even if we can clear it, doesn't matter. How do you fix that? There's a lot of ways you can fix that. First of all, the play nice policy being written better. But the best way to fix it is the players not being disrespectful. Players recognizing, hey, you're clearing X camp. Somebody is clearing this camp. Just let them clear that camp. They're clearly, obviously able to do it because they're constantly doing it. It really falls down to the players, ultimately. And that's what the devs are hoping for with the play nice policy. They're hoping that players will play nice with each other and just be like, hey, there's a group that's camping these. We're going to let them camp these. And they don't come in and take it, right? That's what the devs are hoping for with the play nice policy. They're only trying to enforce things when things get bad. The problem is that players are abusing the play nice policy by saying, oh, you're only allowed to have one camp, and then petitioning the devs, and then the devs saying, yes, that is true, you can only have one camp. That's the issue with it. It's bad, guys. Like, could increase loot drops based on group size. Yeah, people would abuse that. What they would end up doing in that situation is, well, I don't know. Like, I'm going to say something and people are going to be like, well, you're not allowed to do that either. They would have people just log in and sit in the camp just so that group size increases. Let's say that I can solo the mob. I could have 5 friends that are just kind of sitting in the camp, hanging out, and I'm just doing all the work, just soloing the mob, just for the extra loot increase. So that people would absolutely abuse that. And then the retort to that, and I get it, the retort to that would be, well, you can't, you're not actively playing, blah, 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 blah. You can't sit AFK and idle at a camp, and it's like, well, whatever. Who says they're idle? Maybe they're buffing every once in a while, maybe they're singing a song, I don't know. Like, there's all sorts of stuff to it. Yeah, see, they're still up there camping it. They didn't leave. They're still there. Anyway, faster spawn times and space. Oh, dude, I don't know if they can do faster spawn times. I don't know if they could do that at all. Like that, it's already too fast. But should a group... Hang on. But should a group own rights to an area just because they've been there for hours? Yeah. Why not? They've staked claim there, right? A group showed up and has been clearing the mobs for hours. Actively engaged in the content. That's literally what the Play Nice policy says. Actively engaged. Define that. You can't. But I can tell you that actively engaged is clearing the mobs every time they spawn. So, what main hand sword are you using? It's the Radiant Blade. It's a raid boss item. Well, it was a raid boss item that is... The raid boss has been removed, but should be coming back soon. Are the rest of the reworks going to come out before the servers go down early access? They're trying to get them in, yes. Oh, there's Tam right there. Somebody petitioned something. I don't know who petitioned what, but yeah. I know exactly what the devs are going to say about it. They petitioned us? For what? This is so dumb, dude. Well, let's see what happens, because they petitioned us. I personally don't care either way. But, because, like, I don't need any of the items here. All right. Sorry, we're talking to Tam about it, and I'm trying to explain where the play nice policy is flawed and where it needs fixing. So I'm trying to talk to Tam about it and explain the situation. Hopefully accounts get flagged for whiners who waste dev time. Yeah. This whole thing is just silly. I'm on PvP. I had no issues. I had one petition against my group once, but Trent says devs have tools to see in the past, and he already knew what happened before. They have tools, yeah. Am I mad? No, I'm not mad. I don't care. None of this bothers me. I'm trying to respectfully explain to the devs what the issue is with the play nice policy and how it can be resolved, right? And how people can skirt the rules to it, or
rule lawyer their way into something if they want to, right? There's a lot of ways to do it. He knows you guys tried to train them. Wait, what? Who tried to train what? Somebody tried to train somebody? Since when? My entire group's been sitting here. What? I literally been streaming this whole thing. Who's training who? At what point was anyone trained? Oh my god, this is getting ridiculous. What? My gosh, dude. If it goes like this, feels like every group will need a group diplomat. They will. It's crazy. Is there drama? No, there's not drama. It's just like a play nice policy issues. This is so dumb, dude. Oh my god. Business card on bone stock. Uh-oh. What? What are we talking about? Sorry. Just out of curiosity, when the GM spawns and sits down, is it possible to train them? No, they don't aggro anything. What did the CAD dude do? They just came in and they started killing something. Like the very short version, we're in a group of 6. We're killing this mob, this named, and another one outside. We're clearing the entire area very easily because we're in a full party of 6. Another group came in and started to clear the other area outside. They didn't necessarily do anything other than not respect other people and say, hey, guys, you know, do you mind if we camp this other mob or this area, whatever. They didn't ask. They didn't say anything to us. They just kind of came in and started taking it. All they had to do was just say, hey, you know, we really want to kill that area. Do you guys mind if we take it? We wouldn't care. We're a bunch of level 60 high-level players that don't need that gear. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It's more about the respect of the thing and getting players to understand. And I'm going to say that to Tam here. He claimed that's camp and tells me I'll trade this camp for that one at you now. See, now he's trying to bait you, Isar. That's the problem. If it's not a big deal, the camp itself isn't a big deal, right? It's the issue that is a big deal to me. It's the play nice policy as a whole that is a problem. Because why should a group of 6 only be able to claim 8 mobs, but 2 groups of 3 can claim 16 mobs? Why? Like, somewhere explain that to me. The devs just don't want to acknowledge they messed up design for the dungeon. It's not really designed for the dungeon. It's the play nice policy. It's got issues. I had this happen to me, and my group just bent over and took it, so I joined the group that was taking all their mobs. Yeah. The GM should just let you guys duel for it. I don't care about that. Pick one and go against the other. Yeah. Like, it's just the whole thing is silly. Like, you guys can't actually see what we're saying here. I mean, I could pull it up and show you. Like, this is the dialogue that we've had so far with Tam. Feel free to read it, pause, zoom in, whatever you want to do. I really don't care. Like, we really don't. I don't have an issue. Like, I really don't have an issue. Like, we're not trying to take anything from anybody. We're not trying to be rude. We don't care about that camp at all. We care about people that petition for silly things because they're not willing to work it out with other players. They don't want to communicate first. They just want to petition the devs. They just want to get their way all the time. And they know that they can weaponize the devs, right? They know that they can do it, so they're going to do it every time. We really don't care about the camp. Did anyone else in your group try to continue to pull from the other camp when the other group showed up? I've been pulling from the doorway just to pull XP mobs. Yeah, I've been constantly pulling from that doorway. So, they should have just asked. Yeah, they should have just asked when they showed up. If they would have showed up and clearly see that I'm pulling those mobs and say, "Hey, do you guys need this? You know, do you mind if we take this camp?" I would have asked the group, and they would have said, "No, we don't care." Guarantee you, the entire group would say they don't care. By the way, this is more than this. This keeps going. I can scroll up. See, this is how long this has been going on. From right here, this is where it started. All these says are about this. All of that. It's ridiculous, man. All because somebody just wanted to come in and steal a camp. Like, I don't care. I literally do not care that they want that camp. I don't care. I care about the play nice policy. I care about the GM's time. And I care that they're having to deal with these issues all the time. You know, if it was a different group, though, that would have been a whole different story. A different group that did need both of these camps, right? If you're pulling it, they can F off. we've been pulling it for hours. It needs to be worked out as soon as possible. I agree. Like, it's silly. The whole thing is silly. We had a conversation with Tam today as well. Said unless we don't have line of sight on a potential boss, we're not officially camping the boss. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like what I've been trying to tell Tam is because we're basically a full high level party. We have 3 level 60s, a level 59 and a level 54. We could easily split into 2 groups, and one group sit outside and one group sit inside, and we can clear the same number of mobs. Like, it wouldn't be an issue. But it is a group-focused social MMO, and we would like to play together. We would prefer to play together as a single group in a single cohesive unit because it's more fun, right? So why are we being punished for trying to have more fun? Right? Am I wrong here? We're trying to play together. We're trying to encourage more people to do stuff as a group. So what? Like, why are we being punished? Weird concept and approach to society to pull up and expecting reparations because you insist on it. Are you saying that they are doing that or we are doing that or what? Like, I'm not sure where you're saying, but yeah, they decide to come up to a camp and just expect to be able to get it because, hey, you're 6 people sitting inside of a different room. It's just silly. It's silly. Looks like Hovarth camp. Any luck so far? Nah, no luck in here so far. We're trying to get the belt for Sam. That's really the only reason we're here. And we just have our full group here. Just for fun. Like, technically nobody needs to be here. Yeah, this group has been playing together a lot lately, and we've been enjoying it, just like chatting and having the banter and all that in group, and just kind of hanging out. We've really been enjoying it, and that's kind of what we're fighting for right now. Like that's the argument. That's the debate that I'm having. I don't know what other people their debate is, but that's the debate that I'm currently having. Is I want this to be a group focused social MMO where people want to make full parties of 6. They want to group up as much as possible. But if at every turn we're being punished for doing so, people are not going to want to do that. If you had a full group of 6 and you were able to kill 6 names, that mean 5 other groups of 6 players, just SOL. I mean, yeah, it kind of does. That falls on players not being jerks, right? Like players not bogarting 6 different camps. You have to make TTK longer for a group of 6? Yeah. Let's be honest here. I've been playing MMOs since 1999, started with EQ, and every game some people are going to take advantage and exploit the rules because they can. People are... Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. Yeah. Keep it simple. If a group is killing the mob, then the group owns the mob. I agree with that, right? 98 people hype. Yeah, we had 110. It's because we have a GM situation, Burl. How you doing, by the way? There are a very finite number of named. If you allow a group to call dibs on every named in the vicinity, there will always be unhappy players. Well, you don't have they don't call dibs on it. They have to actively be engaged in it, actively be clearing the content. You can't just call dibs on it and own it. There's a big difference, right? It's literally written in the Play Nice policy. Actively engaged. The company is Russian? No, they're not Russian. Sean lives in Germany, but he's American. Like, where? I don't know where you're getting this. Is Tam going to spend the night? I don't know. Like, we're trying to just kind of explain the issue. I think the line of sight rule play quality makes sense in a shared MMO world. It discourages greed of one group camping multiple names. Well, yeah, but it and here's the argument, right? If my group in a party of 6 can clear 2 named, or we could break up into 2 parties of 3 to clear the same 2 named, or we could break up into 3 parties of 2 to claim 3 named. Like, that's the problem with it, right? Like, I've already said it many times, and I think you guys understand where I'm coming from. Why is a full party of 6 punished in a game that's supposed to be a group-focused MMO? Like, if you can't answer that question, then it's a flawed issue. Right? We could easily clear both. So the play nice policy should probably be written as such. If your group can actively clear, can be actively engaged and clear the camp, then you can make claim to it. It has nothing to do with what you can see. It has to do with what you can actively pull, like what you're able to pull to your group and keep clear. That's the problem. Or keep one person at the camp. Yeah, exactly. We could have one person sit out there at that camp, one person sit at another camp, you know, and then just get buffs as needed or something. Like, the whole thing is just silly. Go to Black Tide Bay and Camp 5 rat named without anything respawning by myself. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can do that, that's the way the current Play Nice policy is written. You're allowed to do that. You need to be in line of sight of the camp to claim it, and also actively clear, keep monsters dead. Yeah, I mean, I think the actively clear is the more appropriate, right? Thanks for the stream and good vibes earlier. Yeah. Makes me want to quit before. No, don't quit. We're trying. That's why we're doing this in beta, guys. Like, don't get discouraged. Don't get upset by, you know, these kinds of interactions and stuff. Like, I think ultimately players just want to be able to do this stuff. You know, I think that players ultimately want to be able to do content and group up with their friends and have fun. You know, like, I feel bad for the devs. Oh, Dorency is pulling some more. I feel bad for the devs that are going to have to deal with this crap, especially when you have players that have different members of their group that need different pieces of gear from different camps, but they're all right next to each other. You know, like, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's clearly, I think it's someone taking advantage of the rules. Yeah, knew the rules and just said, I'm claiming this to deal with it. Exactly. They know the rules. They know they can get away with it. It's a problem. Like I said, when this first happened, it wasn't worth a petition from me when this first happened. I told the group, I said, if you guys want to petition it, you can. You know, I don't care. I don't want to waste the GM's time over it. But I would like the players to respect other players. Like, if I wasn't in this group, or we weren't doing this, if it wasn't this group of high-level players that don't need that gear, it would have probably escalated into a bigger issue. I just made a petition a few days ago, and it was ticket number like 26,000. The GMs were probably dealing with the most demonic childlike tickets. They probably were. Yeah, I feel bad for them, man. I feel bad for the GMs having to deal with stuff like this. And it's because the play nice policy is written to encourage one play style, but it discourages another play style. So you were camping 2 named areas. The other group just came in and took the spots, petitioned, and got it. Yes, that's the very short version, Burl. Yes, which I knew that would happen. Like I knew how the devs or the GMs would rule it. Like, yeah, everybody knew exactly what was going to happen with that. It's not rocket science to figure out that's exactly what's going to happen. But, yeah. I have heard Sean say that he wants the majority of content to be able to be done by duos and trios, but that causes the issue here. If the best gear can be duoed, then why group them in 6? Exactly. Why and XP in a full party of 6 is worse than a full group. By itself, it's worse. And then it makes it even more of a problem if you can't even pull the mobs because you don't have claim to them. So in my full group of 6 sitting here at these camps, we're not allowed to pull that other group. We don't have claim to it. So we're only, as a full group of 6, allowed to pull like 5 or 6 mobs. So why would I ever group up in a full party? Why would I ever do it? It's pointless. Was it another streamer? Not that I know of, no. They might have been. Line of sight rules don't work. It's garbage and lazy. It is. It's a Band-Aid for a hatchet wound. Right? It's a Band-Aid for a hatchet wound kind of situation. Solo should be negative 60% XP. I think that... Yeah, I think that something should happen with that, yeah. Because it's fun to socialize and play with other people and stuff. Exactly, it is. I love people, so it's fun. That's exactly my point, Nikki Bunnies. We are grouping in a full group of 6 because we want to group together. And we want to play together because we find it fun and enjoyable. But we don't need to. And if we're going to constantly be discouraged and penalized for grouping as a full party of 6, then why would we continue to do it? Right? We're trying to have fun, and they're taking the fun away from us by saying we're not allowed to do stuff that a full group of 6 can do. They're literally saying, no, you can do that, but you're not allowed to do that. Like, that's not fun. Can we get Levitate already? They're probably not going to do that because you need to be a full party to kill it. Nothing in this game needs a full party of 6 to kill right currently. Not a single thing. Maybe at level, like at a specific level, maybe. But nothing in this game. Two level 60s can kill literally any mob in the game that currently spawns. Just to lighten the mood up, I'm trying to get a second Ashira ring. Do you remember which NPC you have to get the items to? The second Ashira ring? Yeah, it's the one in Telekir. Or is that the third ring? You get the first ring. Yeah, the second ring is for the one in Telekir. And the third and the fourth ring are all inside of Telekir. Really deep inside of Telekir. It's do you know where the raid boss was in Telekir that spawned in there, the big elemental? Do you know where that was located? It's really, really close to that. Steel reminds people when Eminem launches, there will be a lot of people who doesn't know how to play in a social MMO. You're going to have to put on your dad hats and educate a lot of people. Yeah, it's going to be an issue. This is going to blow up into a much bigger problem if they don't fix it now. Like, it's already an issue. Do this with like potentially 100 times more people. Like, it's going to be a problem. Just this decision make me consider even getting the game. The drama in video games is so past me at this point. It really is. And I'm not even trying to have the drama. Like, drama aside, I don't care about the drama part of it. I don't care about the camp. I don't care what the other group is doing. I don't care about any of that. I care about the reputation the devs are going to get, and I care about how players treat each other, and I care about this game's reputation. That's literally all I care about, and I want to make sure that all those things work so that the game is fun and continues to grow and continues to be better. Let's walk up on a single guy camping 3 named. He says, I can kill all 3, get lost. If they can kill all 3 as they spawn, then absolutely. Like, it depends. Like, how far apart are they? You know, are they killing all 3 of the named as they spawn, or are they having to wait? Like, what is the situation? Are they if they're actively able to keep those 3 camps clear and kill all 3 named? Then sure, why not? Let it happen. If that's how they want to play. But if it's if you're a solo player killing 3 different named like that, I highly doubt that the items are going to be worth you camping them. Like, what are they getting out of that? Right? That's where the problem is. You have to find out why they're doing it and fix that. You don't stop them from doing it. You don't force them from, like, oh, nope, you're not allowed to do that because you don't want them to. You fix the problem. If you don't fix the problem, then something else is gonna continue to happen. I'm not high level, so take what I say with a grain of salt. A camp should cover what you can clear within an area without respawn happening while clearing before getting to the next pack name. Yes, I agree. It should be based on what your group can actively clear and keep cleared, or individual player or whatever. That's what a camp should be. It's active engagement in the content. So if I'm in a group of 6 and I can actively clear 50 mobs, then I should be able to actively pull 50 mobs. You know, if you don't want players being able to do that, make the monsters harder. Make the TTK higher. Spread the mobs out so they can't actually do that. That's on the devs. That's not on the players to do. Like, the devs should be like, okay, well, clearly this content is too easy if these players are able to clear 50 mobs all at once. Let's double their health. Let's double the amount of damage that they do. Let's increase the spawn time. Let's, fix it. Devs, fix it. There's an entire write-up on the Discord about camping anything. Is there? I haven't read it, I don't think. If they can kill all 3, leave and come back when they aren't there, try another time of the day. Yeah. Or, hey, even better yet, ask to join their party and participate with them, because that is the whole point of the game. You should want to group up, right? Instead of competing with everybody, make friends and group up. Like, holy crap, is this really that hard of a concept? We made a full party of 6 rather than 2 groups of 3 that are going to compete against each other. So we made a full party of 6 instead. And we're being punished for it. Like, what? Why? At least everyone is behaving here. Yeah, and nobody's name calling. Nobody's upset with anybody. Well, I don't know. I have no idea what the other group is saying. They're probably all over there right now. Like, I can only imagine they're getting all mad about stuff. I have no idea. They might be actually pretty cordial as well. I haven't spoken to anybody in the other group. But, yeah, you're not going to see this in most groups. You're just not going to see it. Yeah, I didn't say anything to that other group. I don't think anybody in our party said anything to the other group. My stance is that camping is a social interaction and should be resolved as that. Make rules for it will be a lot of splitting hairs and who's right and who's not. It will. It absolutely will. Yeah, it'll just cause more problems. You're not wrong. Yeah, trying to force people into a certain play style. It's like you go to a local basketball court, right? Just the community basketball court. 3 kids show up, or sorry, let's say 5 kids would be 4 kids. 4 kids show up. There's 2 hoops and 3 balls, and 4 kids show up, right? What's the best idea? 2v2, right? It's 2v2. And grab 1 ball, 2v2, use both hoops, you're good to go. Everybody's having fun. But if, like, you have those 4 people that are like, nope, I get this hoop, you get that hoop, I get this ball, you get this ball, and that's the only thing you're allowed to use, well, dude, no. How about we just all play together? We just all use 1 ball, 4 people, 2 hoops. Let's have fun. What's the problem? Like, it's just silly, man. Really underestimate how socially illiterate people are these days. So hard to group with randoms. It is. I don't underestimate it at all. I know how hard it is to group with randoms. That's why I'm trying to say encourage grouping as much as possible. Don't penalize people for grouping. Encourage grouping. Because if you penalize them, they're not going to group ever. Because it's already tedious to get people to group. It's already a problem. So why would you penalize them? Silly. The whole thing is silly. But I'm glad this came up. I'm glad this issue arose. If you really did train them, the GM should be able to easily see that. Nobody trained anybody. Yeah, that's silly. That if somebody said that somebody was trained, they need to get their account flagged for making false accusations to a GM. That's like lying to a police officer, in my opinion, right? In this kind of situation, it's like lying to a cop. You can actually get arrested for lying to a cop. They said you trained them, Isar? Oh my God. So dumb. I went outside to see. The only time I went outside. Yeah, it's just stupid. Asked the GM, did we get penalized for grouping because we had the option? I did. I did, Burl. I literally brought that up. I was like, in this case, we can easily clear this. We could also split into 2 groups of 3 and clear both content. So why are we being penalized for being in a group of 6? That was my question. And they didn't. Tam did not have a response. Tam said, I don't make the rules. That's not what their job is, etc., etc., etc. Their job is to enforce the rules as they are told to enforce the rules, which is totally understandable. I'm not faulting Tam, right? This is not a Tam problem. This is a problem with the Play Nice policy and the way that it is written and the way that it is currently being enforced. It's not a Tam issue. It's not a Trent issue. It's not any specific GM's issue. It's a problem with the policy. I want to watch the video of him training. I mean, I never saw it. I was streaming the entire time, and I never saw anybody train anybody. So I don't know what they're talking about. Pugs were always challenging. Less about people though today, and more about their understanding of what they're playing. It is, yeah. It really is. E-Star ban incoming. Nah, I don't think he trained anybody. Wait, is there a video? Is somebody saying that there's a video? Xandri sent. I thought he said. He's saying want to watch a video of him training. Is that a question? Is that a statement? There's no punctuation. We don't know what that means. I also would like to watch that. Is like I don't. It's not a full sentence. Want to watch a video of him training. Oh, you've been accusing E-Star of training? Yeah, do you have a video of somebody training? E-Star FD with mobs outside. They didn't aggro anyone. Is that what happened in the video? So there's a video of E-Star FDing. Cool. Neat. Like, that's what monks do. When someone said there was another group outside. Yeah, he went outside to look. I didn't see anybody trained. I don't know. I may have missed it. I've been trying to avoid the whole thing. I don't want to get in trouble for silly stuff. I went out there and had an inside mob on me. I FD'd. No one aggroed the mob. And yeah, exactly. Like, I don't see what the issue is. One mob, smallest train in the history of MMOs, right? It sounds to me like somebody's trying to fabricate more problems because they understand how to abuse the system as it is written to try to get other players in trouble, is what it sounds like. It's just the caboose. Yeah, the caboose went a little haywire, guys. Like, what the heck, dude? What the heck? Claiming people claiming less than 5 mobs to be a train. Obviously, never set foot. Dude, I used to train people like crazy in EverQuest. I remember on my enchanter, I would go down in the lower Guck, all the way to the king. I would mesmerize a mob. I would go to Lower Guck. I would bind myself at the entrance to Lower Guck, inside of the zone. I would invis my way down to the king. I would mez a mob down there. I would gate back, wait for the mob, wait for the mez to break, and it would train the entire zone to the entrance, and then I would just zone out. That is a train. It was literally like hundreds of mobs. It was the entirety of Lower Guck would just go nuts. And then I would zone back in and go, camp check. And everyone would be dead. No one was camping anything. And then I would go and claim camp. I was a real jerk, okay? I was a jerk. I get it. I don't do that anymore. Sounds to me like the person reporting needs to get a weekend job. They just need to like grow up and learn how to communicate with people normally. If a monk wants to train, yeah, if a monk wants to train you, there's plenty of mobs to train. They're definitely not going to do it with one mob. Yeah, lucky, exactly. Oh, wow, no one's in here. How lucky I am today that no one is in the entirety of Lower Guck. Oh my gosh, dude. Like, trust me, I know how to train somebody. Ever seen AoE farm in Chardock? I used to do AoE farms in Chardock. I never trained anybody in Chardock, though. Communication people need to learn that. They sure do. Learn to communicate. Still waiting for that video? Yeah, you're going to be waiting for a while. There's no video of you start training anybody. There's no... Man, that thunder is rough. I think we're getting lightning bolts in the pond behind us again. They're just mad because they want the haste belt? Maybe. I don't know why they're mad. Here's another funny part, too. There's a lot of other mobs to go fight. That's why we didn't care that much, you know? Like, there's no item off that mob that we care to have, first of all. And secondly, there's tons of mobs up right now to pull for XP. Like, there's a bunch of them. Like, we don't care. Hey, residual residue. Nice. Longtime P99 player, EQ enjoyer, and super stoked to try this game through the entirety of the rest of beta. If anyone has a key, would appreciate it. Try through the lottery and haven't gotten lucky. Oh no, bummer, dude. Oh, Burl, speaking of that, I have several beta keys to give away. Hang on. I don't know how many. But we can do it tomorrow if you want. Yeah, I have 4 community keys to give away. We'll do it. We'll do it tomorrow, maybe, or something. We'll figure it out. Criddle's groups aren't for experience. Well, they are a little bit. Like, we still, Volts wants to get to 60, and Sam is trying to get to 60 still. So we're still trying to get some experience. Imagine GM protocol for banning someone temporarily or permaban in game was the first cast illusion specter, then appear behind mobs and death touch them. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. I cannot wait to get a shot to play this game. Guild Wars 2 is great, but it doesn't have the MMO feeling. Oh, yeah. Guild Wars 2 is just an action RPG. Everything is Zerk and Stack. Yeah. I don't like Guild Wars 2 very much. I played it when it first came out, and I was like, this is just it's an ARPG. That's all it is. I was being facetious. Oh, yeah. I got you. I know. Wipe connoisseur, I think you agree with most of what I say. Or at least you understand my perspective on it. You may not agree with it, but you get my perspective. I think we're on the same page, buddy. We're on the same page. I've been saying for a year that Guild Wars 2 is a solo action game with MMO elements added to it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I basically said that the first couple of weeks that I played it. I was like, this game is not an MMO. It's a single-player action game. When I realized that Guild Wars 2 was not for me was when I leveled all the way up to max level, completely solo, and then I went to do like a dungeon. And when I went into the dungeon, we didn't have a tank, we didn't have a healer. We had like, is it groups of 5? Is that what it was? We had 5 players literally all soloing inside of the dungeon together, right? Nobody was helping anybody. We were just killing monsters, just running around in the dungeon killing monsters. And that's it. That's all we were doing. It was like playing Diablo. Like there was no group aspect. We just happened to be together. Be like having a bunch of people sitting in the same room all playing instruments together and calling it an orchestra. That's basically Guild Wars. There's no grouping. Spent $160 on a collector set with the Ritlock figurine. Pre-ordered it before the game came out, and the game was very disappointing. Yeah, like, I mean, the game I think was cool. There's some cool aspects. The best part of all of Guild Wars 2 was there's something in the water. And then the dragon thing came out of the water and you start shooting cannons at it. That was the best part about Guild Wars 2. And that lasted for like all of a week. You guys remember that? Very early on. This was like really early on. Before any expansions and stuff. Oh. I guess Dory's just gonna keep pulling. We're just gonna keep letting Dory pull. I guess she's having fun. I don't know. Dory seems to be enjoying herself. And the totally opposite type of game category, New Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer is fire. I saw that, and you could play as Mickey. I was like, what? We could play as Mickey Mouse? Ruh-roh. I'm curious why they did that, right? Because you couldn't play as Mickey in any of the other games, right? I don't remember you being able to. Longtime EQ enthusiast, just looking to try the game. I simply can't get a key. I feel you, man. I feel you, Pinball. We might do some key giveaways tomorrow. So check back sometime tomorrow. I mean, hang out today. I'm not trying to discourage you from hanging out and chatting today and making friends. But I do have 4 community keys we can give away. We'll do it maybe tomorrow. It's because the story is warranting too convoluted, but the context of where the story is right now makes sense why they're letting players play as Mickey, Donald, and Goofy. Well, yeah, is that going to be your party, though? Is Mickey, Donald, and Goofy? Or is that going to be like the beginning time, the early section, and then Sora is going to come back from somewhere, or the 3 of them are going to fight? My gosh, I got the hiccups. Are going to find Sora somewhere. Like, what's that going to be? Do I want spoilers? Well, I mean, how much do you know from the trailer? Like I doubt the trailer is from the previous games. Well, like Sora, I mean, I played all the previous games, so it wouldn't really be spoilers for me. I may have forgotten something, but you watched me play all of the other games. I streamed all of them. We played those games back to back for like months. It's a lot of fun. I actually enjoyed that. I wish we had more people in chat during those times. I think it could have been even more fun. And we watched the movies. Sora is dead, and he starts in Coco's world, now alone. So they're going to try to find him. Okay, so yeah, they're trying to. It's the beginning. The beginning is you're probably playing as Mickey as the main character with Goofy and Donald until they find Sora, and then you probably play as Sora. So it's probably going to be more of a beginner tutorial phase of the game, is my guess, right? Beginner level? Yeah, that's what I expected. With a campfire? Because it's got an EXP bonus if you have the rested buff. You can get up to 15%, and yes, I said up to 15% more XP with the rested bonus. Since you're in the end game, what weapon would you suggest for DPS on a cleric that still has stat qualities? The best weapon, I think, is Vor using it? No, yeah, Vor's using it. Vor, can you link me your weapon? I'll show you the best weapon in the game for clerics. They need to nerf it. It's so much more. It's 15% more. There you go. Best weapon in the game for clerics, right there. Yep. For the current cleric, for all clerics, yes. Best weapon in the game for clerics. That drops here in Fallen or in Glass Flats at the cultist area. No proc? No, it doesn't have a proc on it. I don't know that there's any weapon in the game that clerics can use that have a proc. Let me think. Maybe the sickle? Because I think the sickle might be all. Actually, I don't even know if clerics can use that. Because can clerics use anything but bludgeoning? I'm trying to think of a bludgeoning weapon that has a proc on it. And I can't come up with one. Nosebleeder? Is the nosebleeder, is that a bludgeoning? There you go. That's probably the best one with a proc, but that's a very low level weapon. That comes off of the Bloody Nose General, which is very low level. Mother Sorrow? Can they use the Mother Sorrow? Mother Sorrow might technically be the best, but it's not going to have the best cleric stats. So, yeah, the Mother Sorrow, which is this one right here, it's only got 3 wisdom as opposed to 10 wisdom. But it does have life sap, and the damage delay is probably better. Yeah, it's very slightly better. It's 1 damage delay higher, and it's got a life tap proc. So the Mother's Sorrow is the best for melee, technically. But you're going to be competing with monks, fighters. You're going to be competing with all of these classes to get it. Whereas this Amethyst Serpentine Mace, you're not going to compete with any of these other than Druid, Shaman, and Cleric. And maybe a Paladin would try to go for this weapon. Like, very few DPS classes are going to go for that weapon. They're not going to care. Oops. Yeah, so there you go. I can use the General's Hammer with the proc from Telekir, but that's not stat stick quality or level of perfect. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to have the stats. Were you able to snag Star Wars Zero Company? I have not gotten it, no. My gosh, that thunder. Any good drops yet? Pff, no. We have gotten nothing but trash drops today over here. This has been bad all day. Heartwood Root is good for Cleric. The Heartwood Root, I think, is the one that you get before that Amethyst Serpent Club, or whatever it's called. It's the next best club, or I guess it's a club. I think it's technically like a bone. It looks like a bone. The 30-share ring is the note from Fallen Past Taskmaster named? Correct. Yes. Anybody logged into the game right now that wants to get free stuff? Message Burly Knight. He's giving away these items at the bank right now. West Bank Burly Knight. BURLINIGHT. Oh, he's got more. He's giving away more stuff. Elegant Coif, Moonveil Bracer, Bruisemaker Mitts, and Shrieky's Rivet Boots. Free stuff. Free stuff. Go get it. Burl's not going to have time to make a Shadow Knight, which is what he was planning on doing, but he just didn't have time. Oh my god, free stuff. Oh, man. What the heck? My son's school sent me 14 new messages. The heck? Why? Why do I keep getting text messages from my kid's school where I'm getting a bunch of... Stop sending me messages. Maybe he's doing so good. Nah, my son's a good student. He's never had any issues. I don't know what these are for. I'm just getting a bunch of text messages. I don't know what the heck's going on there. That's weird. Oh, I got... The heck? I don't know what's going on. I'll look at it later. Oh, we're all in here? I thought people were pulling. Did somebody go AFK? Oh, AFK. Dory went AFK. I didn't read that. Could I get Sal? I'll pull some more if you guys want. Oh my gosh, I got another text message from the school. What the heck, dude? $17 new messages. Found a shifty gnome, one-handed sword called Catharis Bane, I think. What's that? It's a Wormsbane drop. Are these people still out here? Yeah, they're still out there doing that. Okay, whatever. I'll pull the other way. Oh, yeah, that mob is down in Wormsbane. Down in like the bottom of Wormsbane. Oh boy, now the room's spawning too. Oh geez. Oh boy. What are we gonna do? Burl said that all the items are gone except for these boots. If you want those boots, go get them from Burl. That's all that's left. First come, first serve, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how he's doing that. Vibes. There you go. Give him good vibes. Tell him a dad joke. He likes those. My girlfriend told me a dad joke this morning that I might have heard before, but I don't think I had. And it was, why do sharks swim in salt water? Because if they swam in pepper water, they'd sneeze. That's when we broke up. We didn't break up over that. She's not allowed to tell jokes anymore, right? Like, she's been fired from the dad jokes. So bad. It's pretty bad. Like, I was like, I don't think I've heard that one before. I don't think so. If I had, it was not memorable. Oh, man. What is the rumored level cap for the new zone? Well, 40. What they're going for is 40. But they don't even know if they have the functionality to do it. Talking about Rothold? No, we're talking about Fallen Watch. So Fallen Watch is supposed to start around level 40 and go all the way up to level 60. So the devs are asking, or well, they're looking at possibly level locking it to 40 so that they can see how players are going to play going in for the first time. So I would like to get my Beastmaster up to level 40 just to test that out. But anyway, short version is if you have around a level 40 character and they put in Fallen Watch, they would really like you to go in with a full group at level 40 and check the zone out to see how it plays. Whoops. I don't know why I grabbed this one, but I did. I'm trying to get to 40, not enough time in the day. Yeah, I want to try to get my Beastmaster to 40. I might push tomorrow really hard in the Beastmaster to get it to 40 or get it at least 39 or something, get as close as I can to 40 before Fallen Watch comes out on Tuesday. So that might be what I do tomorrow instead of this grouping stuff that we're doing here. I might see if Isar can come and like power level me. But Burl, I talked to Isar about it. If they do open up that dungeon on Tuesday, if you're not available to play, I told Isar that he could play my account and I could play your account or something, so that we could at least try it out around the correct level range. I don't know if you saw earlier, Dev was on someone's stream last night, made Oh, yeah, Sam, I expected that for sure. Do you actually get much more XP from red mobs? There is a bonus for killing mobs that are higher level than you, yeah. Viewers looted you and tossed you in a ditch. Well, now you know how I feel every day, Burl. That's how I feel every day. They just watch my content and toss me aside. Sounds good for Monday. All right. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see what's going on. But yeah, mobs that are higher level than you definitely give more XP. Is it worth it? I don't know. It depends on your class. It depends on how easy it is to kill the mobs. It depends on a lot of that stuff. I don't personally think it's worth it, to be honest. But I was thinking about the power leveling. How does it work in M&M? It's take a high level character. So I would get like Isar, for example, on Gith. Gith would give me lots of buffs on my low level character. And then I would twink out my low level character with a bunch of gear and kill mobs as quickly as possible. The fastest way to do it, or another way you could do it, is have like Isar could come over with his monk, get the mob down to 1% health, feign death, and then I kill the mob. That's another way to do it. Enchanters can get a mob really low on health and then mim wipe them, and you can kill them. It's another way to do it. A lot of ways you could power level. Depending on what level you are, some ways are better than others. Basically, twink a character. Basically, yeah. The Druid damage shield is another way you could do it. That's how you do it. Low level characters is Druid damage shield. So you get a Druid or, well, Druid is the best way to do it. But you get a Druid or Elementalist damage shield. You get regen on a level 1 character, and you just run around and tag everything and let the damage shield kill them. And you can get up to level 10 in, like, I don't know, less than an hour. Like, really quickly you could get up to level 10. That's the best way, in my opinion, to power level a character up to about level 20-ish, is by just using high level damage shield, regen, giving and twinking out the character. After that, it depends on a couple of things. The fastest way after that is probably just healing the player, giving them really high level buffs, twinking them out, and healing them. Then when you get into the really high level, the best way is using the mim wipe method. Like Isar could go and kill like a mob and get it really low, feign death, and then you kill it. Is there a spot in Keeper's Bite to hunt 21 soloing on a Beast Lord? Yes. Yeah, there is. Keeper's Bite 21. Sangrel. So you would do Sangrel, or you could do the beasts that are over there in that area. But I would try to do the Sangrel if you can. They're going to be the best. Because there's higher level beasts are like level 22, 23, 24, so they're a little higher level than you. So that could be tough. But the Sangro should be good. But there are some animals as well that are in that range. The non-caster Sangros, if you can get them solo, would be doable. Yeah, that's what I did. I even killed the caster ones. There's a couple that you could pull solo over there. Like the roamers, there's like 3 or 4 roamers that run around. And I soloed those from level 20 to... Well, I soloed those from 20 to like 22. Then I started killing the named around, or not the named, the animals. So there's bears and wolves and drakes, the higher level bears, wolves, and drakes over there. From like 22 to 25 or something. Honestly, like as a Beastmaster's almost right when it comes to solo ability in the game. They can solo really well up to about level 15, and then the solo ability starts to drop off. I feel like by level 20, the Beastmaster is actually better off in a duo than it is as a solo class. Because if you get like a druid or a shaman or something to heal you, then the Beastmaster does all the damage. I feel like it ends up being a little bit better XP than trying to solo. Which is exactly how it should be, right? Solo is fine, level 1 to 10 maybe. But the higher level you get, the more group focused the game becomes. And for the Beastmaster, I think it kind of works that way. My Beastmaster is 36 now, I think. I got him to 36, right? It's 36 now. And I can still solo. And it's still good to solo. But I do feel like it's a bit safer and more XP when I'm in a group of 2. Like when I was playing with Bob the other day, just me and Bob. Him on his wizard and me on the Beastmaster. I feel like we were able to get more consistent kills. And then when we added in a druid to get the heals, that was where I would cap it out. I wouldn't go any more than 3 for the best XP rates in that particular situation. I enjoyed training Bob. Yeah, I do like to train Bob. Oh, yay, we got shoulders again. Look at that. The crappy shoulders twice. What did you get me, a red shirt? Why did you get me a crude red shirt? Oh, look at that. I'm a red shirt guy. I'm going to be the first one to die on Star Trek. Great. Thanks, Isar. I appreciate it. See if it's different? Yeah, look, it's I got red sleeves and a little red mini skirt. Matches the helmet. It kind of does, yeah. Oh, shoot. Interrupt that. Sam is like looting that mob so fast, hoping to get the belt. But every time he's just getting the crappy shoulders. Sorry, Sam. He's hoping so much for that belt. Yeah, this actually doesn't look bad, Isar. Like, the red shirt looks cool compared to this, which is like a gold chain doublet. Wait, does this have 1 AC on it too? No, this isn't the one that has 1 AC. There is a meta player's dream shirt that has 1 AC on it. Which zone is this? This is in Glass Flats. You have a black shirt too? So you were able to repeat the quest? You shouldn't wear a shirt, man. You should show off those guns you got there, buddy. Look at those guns. Take that shirt off, Isar. Look at those guns he has. You guys see that? Isar's ripped. Dude. Tailors make the AC shirt? I need to make that then. I can make the AC shirt. Yeah, that's like the meta shirt, right? Is to get the armor class shirt. You want a farmer's tan? Would that be awesome if they added tanning in this game? Like if you're in a dungeon and you just fight in a dungeon for days, your skin becomes more pale. And if you're out like fighting out in the real world for days, your skin gets a little darker and it tans. That'd be an interesting mechanic to put in a game like this. You have a white crude silk robe that gives 1 AC and makes you white. Okay, I have to check that out. Is that's a tanning thing? Or a tailoring thing? I can make spider silk threads. Have to look into that. Finally got an invite. I can at last kiss Pantheon goodbye. Nice. Give it the old farewell smooch. Be like, hey, we had good times. You know, it was a lot of fun, but it's time for me to move on. You're holding me back in life, and you just are not what I envisioned. And we're gonna have to split ways. Dude, we should all do that. We should get everyone that has played Pantheon and quit playing Pantheon to write a breakup letter to Pantheon and post it on Discord. Or post it on Reddit. Post it on the official Pantheon Reddit. Like, just get like hundreds of people to literally like write a breakup letter. Oh my gosh, man. Holy, we should do it using AI. Because, you know, it just fits. Alchemy, alchemy can make sunscreen so you don't get red. And every once in a while, no, that would be bad. I was gonna say every once in a while, like if you didn't use your alchemy sunscreen, you could get skin cancer. And you'd have to go to find a cleric or healer or something to remove it. But that would probably hit too closely to home to some people. That might get offensive. Is Pantheon what anyone envisioned at this point? I mean, I didn't. They've changed direction so many times. Yeah. Write it role-playing style as your exactly. Write it role-playing style as your character on the Discord, and be like, we've really enjoyed our time together in the sunsets of I don't know, pick a zone. I fondly remember, you know, sitting wherever with you and slaying monsters. But alas, it is time. Oh my gosh, that'd be great. Go talk to a troll bath lady. She gives you a quest to go down to the docks and talk to the ladies. Go down there. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done that quest. I've heard about it. The shirt quest. Dude, this thunder has been going on for a long time, and I love it. This is like really good nap weather, but I can't really take a nap. I mean, I guess I could take a nap. I found someone better who understands me more than you. Oh, yes, yes. That would be perfect, Isar. I thought you were literally talking to me for a second there, and I was like, there's no way you found somebody better than me that understands you better than I do, Isar. That is not possible. But you're talking about Pantheon versus Monsters and Memories. Oh, my God. No more lies, yes. No more deception. They appreciate me for me. Oh my god, dude. That would be spectacular. I feel like Isar's gonna write the soap opera breakup over here. Oh. Oh man, you guys are killing me today. We're having a fun day. Holy moly. Dory's like, I got mobs for you. Have the whole grove. I don't know why this just popped in my head, but what if the Grove Keepers all ran in and they're like I'm imagining them being Apple Grove farmers, and they come in and they're like, how do you like them apples? As they attack you. I don't know why that just popped into my head. Oh man, they should have, oh dude, that would be great. They have a bunch of halflings that work in an apple grove or an apple orchard, and they just throw apples at you when you attack them, and they just scream, how you like them apples? And they just attack you with them. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm having a day. I'm having an absolute day. The Havling Druid, yeah. Throwback to Bobbin's Buddies. Yes! That's what your slogan should be. You should run around throwing apples at people and just ask them how you like them apples. Dude. It only took a few hours, but we got back around to it. This is what I love about streaming, man. That's what makes it so much fun. Something we talked about hours ago just comes right back around. And there's people still in chat that remember it. Holy moly. Fantastic stuff. Here, bro, let me I'm gonna send you some keys. Keys. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Dude, how much money do I have? 5,500 copper right now. I was wondering why my weight was just through the roof. I gotta check with the lady. She's gonna make crab tonight. Oh, let's see. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, this has been a fun day. The only problem is we haven't gotten the item that we've been looking for all day long. You can't even use those, Isar. What are we doing with those? I can give them to a low-level Inquisitor. When we make like an Inquisitor alt on Tuesday. No, I probably won't make an Inquisitor alt on Tuesday. We're going to have too many other things to do. Oops, did I interrupt that? I hit my button. Do I use up all the good drop luck? Maybe. Mayhaps. 'Tis possible. Hashtag blame Dory. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm getting so much stuff in my inventory today. This is ridiculous. I gotta do this to 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 there we go. I knew I'd figure it out. It's like a puzzle. It's a puzzle trying to purple robe with the golden kilt. Does she have the golden kilt too? I look stunning. You do look stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. Hey, we got a moat. Anybody need enchants? Tier 4 enchants? Everybody in the party has enchants, right? Tier 4? Or we still missing some in this group? Because we're finally getting materials again. With all the trash loot we're getting today. Need some for the new gear? What new gear? Your robe? I can't do the robe right now. You need everything but shoulders, Sam? Missing jewelry, charisma enchants? Okay, I have to get the moats for that. Moats are getting slow. We're not getting very many moats. I've got, or not moats, but echoes. I only have one echo so far today, which is this right here. So that's jewelry. That's wrist. Yeah. Sam, what do you have on your, what do you have in your helmet right now? Sam is the neediest. I know, right? Why is that guy even in our party? He just needs everything. People say that about me all the time, though, too. They're like, oh my god, this Criddle guy. This Criddle guy loots everything. How rude. Nothing. Only enchant I have is shoulders. Okay, I can make you a helm right now. Let me see. Let's see what we can get for you. What we can get going. I think helmet is strength. Let me see. Stamina. Well, I put stamina on mine. Oh no, you pulled the named. My bad. My bad. Pay attention. I'm trying to craft here. Let's see, helm. Helm is intelligence, stamina, wisdom. What would you prefer, Sam, on your helm? Stamina or wisdom? Strength is available. I think that's what I want. Yeah, strength's not available. Stamina or HP. I don't know what slots do which. Yeah, I've got a list of them somewhere, but stamina. All right. Anyone figure out what the Ether journal page do yet? So, no, to my knowledge, no one has figured that out. But according to Sean, somebody told me, according to Sean, research is in the game and functions. So there you go. But I guess nobody's figured out how to do it. Which to me means that it doesn't function. Because if nobody knows how it works. Oh, we just got the Drape of the Clouded Sky? Oh, nice. That's actually a pretty good wisdom cloak. It's actually a pretty good tank cloak, but mine, I think mine's better. Yeah, I've got this one, which is more strength, more AC, more agility. Yeah, mine's better. But yeah, that's not bad. Pretty good cloak. Is it Druid Ranger only? Oh, it is Druid Ranger only. Nice. Well, anyway, it's a pretty good cloak. Do you think they are holding back at some updates for EA? They are. They're definitely holding back some updates, yeah. They have several zones going to be coming in for the start of early access. Like Rothold is supposed to be in for early access. More of the deep stuff is supposed to be in for early access. There's quite a few places that were supposed to be in for the start of early access. All right, let me see. There you go. Okay, and you don't have boots, right? You say you only have shoulders, that's it? There you go, buddy. Take that. How many more do I have? Oh, I still have more we can do. Cloak. What else can we do on the fly here? Gloves, I think. I'm typing in chat. I think that's all we can do out of this. So helm, gloves, boots. What else is there? Wrist I can't do. Chest, legs I can't do right now. Mask or face? Is it called mask or necklace? I could do necklace. Oh my gosh. Why is that not picking up? Why won't it let me pick that item up? The heck? Weird. You can also do mask. Oh, okay. Mask is greater dexterity. Saw a wiki someone mentioned trying to combine multiple pages, but nothing. Yeah, I don't think anybody's figured it out yet. Wait, did I fail on that? No, it's right there. Okay. All right, that used up all the powder that I currently have, so that's all I can make at the moment. Best way to get a key? Opt in or hope that somebody has one they can give you. I'm going to try to... I'll probably give out a few tomorrow. Where is... Oh, that's jewel crafting. Where the heck is my... Oh, tailoring. There it is. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh Dory. What have you done, Dory? Dory's like, hold my wine. I have no idea if Dory drinks or not. Hold my Chardonnay. Pardon me. Hold my appletini. I'm gonna be pulling all these mobs. Oh my gosh, dude. This is great. Oh man, so I was driving for Lyft last night. And these girls got in my car and they were talking about the talking about a espresso martini, and I guess they kept ordering these espresso martinis at the bar that they were at, and they were like, I guess on the way out of the bar they saw a sign that says try our signature espresso martini. And they were like, we thought we were setting a trend all night and getting people to order espresso martinis. But it was literally a sign on the door. Which is why people kept ordering them. But they literally thought because they ordered them, other people were also ordering them. I was like, wow. Wow, ladies. You are not that special. Selling your left kidney for a key? Don't do that. I want the right one. People make fun Cosmopolitan Martini, but man, those things will mess. Oh, dude, they make fun of them because they taste good. Cosmopolitans, man, those things are delicious, and they are very high in alcohol content. They just make fun of them because they're not bitter and they don't taste terrible. That's what I don't understand about the whole alcohol thing, right? People go out, spend stupid amounts of money to buy drinks that taste bad. Why? Makes no sense. Like, I want it to taste good. Usually donate the left one, FYI. Nah, I want the right one. I don't want no lefty around here. The left one's the discarded kidney. That's the one nobody wants. So tell me this then, Isar. You donate the left one. Do they put it into your body on the left or right? Like if you have two bad kidneys and you need a kidney replacement, do they take both of them out and put the left one inside of your right side? Left one has larger vessels? Oh, so they do take the good one. Oh, you're going to donate one? We're going to take the good one. So that you have problems later. What the heck, dude? It just seems awful. They leave the kidneys alone, put the transplant in the pelvis. Oh, so you just have 3 kidneys then. Wonderful. Fantastic. Oh, yeah, somebody loot that. More onyx pauldrons. Or I can disenchant them. Bis shoulders for a tank. Yeah, that's funny to me. Like, they're just like, here, take a 3rd kidney. What? Why not? Like, what the heck, dude? This is solid. This is solid. Same with the heart. Oh, they leave your bad heart in too? Why? Why? It makes no sense. Like, they don't want your body. Your body looks at it and goes, hey guys, see that heart over there? We don't want to become that heart. Here's a new one, but we're going to keep this other one in as a reminder of what can happen. So yeah. Okay. Just remember, let's keep this one looking good. Oh my god. Just add new pipes? Oh my gosh, dude. That's crazy. Does that mean that people that have a heart transplant have more love? Because they have 2 hearts? You double the amount of love to get everybody? Oh my goodness. They may remove the heart if it's too big. Yeah, my dad had a hole in his heart when he was younger. He did not get it removed. But yeah, I think like the enlarged hearts, they Yeah, I guess they removed those. People having a large tart. They have double the amount of hit points. They do. If you're the Link from The Legend of Zelda, you just gained more health. Why does it smell like gas? Is my house gonna blow up? Oh my god, I didn't tell you guys about that. Holy moly. I had literally the dumbest girls I have ever met in my life in my car the other day. They had to be literally the dumbest people I have ever met. So, these two girls get in my car, and they're just chatting about whatever stuff. They're apparently friends. They're both college girls. One of them goes, we just moved in a new house, and she was like, yeah, I've never had a gas stove before. I didn't know how it worked. And I'm like, that's, whatever. That's not why she was dumb, by the way. She's like, I didn't know how it worked. She tried to light the stove to cook some food. She couldn't get it to light, so she just left it and went back to doing what she was doing and waited until her roommate got home. Her roommate came home and was like, why does it smell like gas in the house? And the girl was like, I don't know. And they called 911. Fire department came out. They left the freaking stove on. This girl literally left the stove on. So gas was leaking throughout the entire house. Because she didn't know how to actually light the stove. I was like, what? Like, you could have blown up everyone. You could have killed so many people. All because you just didn't know how to light the stove, so you left the gas on? Like, I get that you don't know how to light a gas stove. I totally can understand that, right? But you don't leave it on. Like, turn that crap off, man. Crazy. These people live around us. They do, and they vote. Like, what the heck, man? I was sitting there like, really? Now, I will give them this. Those two girls will probably be fine. Both of them were like supermodel hot. They're gonna be just fine. They're gonna marry, some super rich idiot. And have everything done for them their whole lives. But, oh my God, were they stupid. The rest of their conversation for the car ride was about how they haven't tanned in like 2 days. They haven't been in a tanning bed or been at the beach in 2 days, and they're losing their tan and they look hideous. That was the rest of their conversation for the car ride. So those are the two conversations they had. I was like, man, I would kill to be as attractive as either one of those two and just literally have everything handed to me my entire life to where I don't even know how to turn on a gas stove and I don't know what that smell is. And my only worry in life is that I'm not tan enough. I would love that. It's mind-boggling. Absolutely mind-boggling. A friend of mine dated a girl who thought you had to buy new ice trays when the ice ran out. That's pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. What's that clicking noise? What comedian was that? Was that Jeff Foxworthy, or it was one of those like you might be a redneck kind of guys, wasn't it? What's that clicking noise? Henry Cho, is that who it was? I remember that. Holy moly. That's good times, man. I dated a girl who didn't know how cars got to Hawaii. Same way that they get to the U.S. from other countries. Come on. Like, how do you think they get here? They drive them in the water. That's what I would have told them. I'd have been like, they drive them. They put skis on the front two wheels, and they drive really fast. Oh my gosh, dude. Car Stork delivers them? Yeah. I don't know if I should tell you who said this or not, but I know somebody that literally debated with me about artificial gravity. Yeah. I probably shouldn't say who it was because that could cause some issues in my life. So I'm not going to do that. But yeah, somebody that is rather close to me was like, they have artificial gravity at the International Space Station. I'm like, no, they don't. That doesn't exist. Like Star Trek and all that stuff isn't real. You know that, right? And I was like, when they do have artificial gravity, they do the what the heck's that thing called? Anyway, they spin something very quickly, which doesn't create artificial gravity. It just makes you get stuck to the wall, basically. That's what it is. I was like, that's in movies, dear. That's in movies. Crazy. Like, I don't think I've ever seen someone in the space station just walk around casually. Like, it just doesn't work. Oh my goodness. They just take the water parts off and they get here? Yeah. It would be super cool if they could do that. Yeah, it'd be super cool. Artificial gravity would be insane. We would probably already be living in space if they developed artificial gravity. I knew another person. This person became a lawyer. Actually, they were a lawyer when they said this. They had already graduated law school and were practicing law. And you got to be pretty intelligent to be a lawyer, right? So, when the movie The Martian came out, they literally said, why didn't I hear about this? I feel like I should have heard about this, because they thought it was a true story. It was based on a true story. They thought somebody actually went to Mars and landed, and they missed it. I was like, are you kidding me? We hear about the moon landing all the time. And that happened back in 1969. Don't you think they would be talking about Mars a little bit more? Like, what? Lack of gravity and radiation are two big things to overcome long-term space habitation. Yeah, absolutely. Like, how are we supposed to deal with that? Crazy, man. Crazy what people believe. Uh-oh. There we go. Lag spike. Imagine early bugs with artificial gravity causing it to be manipulated 1,000,000 times and instantly crushing you into a puddle in the ground. Oh, God, that'd be awful. Yeah. Or it just randomly turns off and then turns back on, and you just like randomly off and you float up, and then all of a sudden it turns on and you're like, boom, and then it turns off. Boom. And it just keeps slamming you into the ground over and over. God. The age old, how'd you get those two black eyes? Oh, artificial gravity turned on and off. I swear my husband didn't beat me. It was the artificial gravity not functioning right. My gosh, dude. I swear some people just don't think through the process, you know? They just literally don't think about it. I want them to steal the Resident Evil 1 zombie sound and put it into this game. Remember, half the population is dumber than the average person? That's true. I remember that coming up in a college course I had one time. It was really funny. The professor was like, raise your hand if you feel like you're above average driver. I swear the entire room raised their hand. And he's like, is that possible? And it might be, right? But I always found that one interesting. That whole because we had a whole conversation. It was a whole lecture for the entire day. The entire hour-long class was a lecture about averages and the laws of averages and all that kind of stuff. And he used that one thing to basically say, okay, if you're an average, if you think that you are above average driver, well, the people in this room, there was like 100 plus people in the room. You would think only half the room would be average, above average, and the other half would be below average. But then if you factor in, oh, it's a college course, these people are all in college, they're probably on average more intelligent than the average person, and therefore you could extrapolate that they are probably better drivers. But then he went on to say stuff like, but are you basing it off of being of how many accidents you've been in or how many tickets you've gotten? Maybe you just got lucky. You know, maybe you caused accidents that you didn't even know about because you're a bad driver, and like all these things. And we're all like, what? That was actually a really interesting conversation. Like just thinking about the average person and what they can or cannot do. Uh-oh. I'm getting text messages from the lady. Where'd that mob go? Oh, there it is. Oh, weird. Yeah, I had another buddy of mine that said the same thing to me one time. He's like, I was talking to him at a party or something, and I was like, man, why is it that I feel below average, like maybe average or below average when I'm around all my friends, but then I go out in the real world and you know, I go somewhere, and I just feel like the most intelligent person in the room. And he goes, "It's the law of averages." And he's like, but you tend to associate with similar types of people. So apparently I associate with very intelligent people, and I felt dumb around all of them because I was not as intelligent as they are. But yeah, it was it's fun conversations when you get into it. We have to share the same space with these people. Oh boy. We're in trouble. We are in trouble. Ooh, oh. Any good movies that just came out? Anybody know of any? Kind of want to watch a movie when I go eat dinner. Oh no. It's Sam's best friend, Povarth Ezadel. Project Hail Mary. We watched Project Hail Mary. That was good. It was good. You guys realize after Sam gets his haste belt, we have to get another haste belt for my my alts, right? He doesn't have the haste belt. He's got the shoulders again. Poor Sam. Got the rampaging Spalders.
Padded leather. Padded leather gloves.
Trying to get my my leather working up higher so I can make padded leather backpacks. It's not working out very well. It's going very slowly. I'm gonna pull up my Plex and see what's new in the world of Plex. Hopefully it doesn't lag out everybody. If it does, I apologize. Might make my stream garbage. Click on that. Click on movies. Oh, there's a tormented guardian pet up here. Wow, that's just spinning, spinning. It's not telling me. It's not telling me anything. Ain't telling me nothing. Do I have Plex on my... I never signed up for Plex on my phone. On my phone. Ooh, we got Costco. Hey guys, we're going to Costco. Anybody want a hot dog? Pizza? What you want? Chicken strips? Chicken strips are good. I want the mask if you had it. I've never heard of a mask at Costco before, but okay. Welcome to Costco. I love you. That's such a good movie. Oh my god, I love that movie. Maybe we'll put that on tonight to go to sleep to. Welcome to Costco, I love you. Welcome to Costco, I love you. Stillwater gauntlets. Those gauntlets sure are watered down. I mean, those are good cleric gloves, I guess. I suppose, but we'll disenchant them. I don't know what Kaz uses for his gloves. Kaz has those? Okay. Sam can use it? I don't think Sam can use the gloves. Are you talking about the mask? Sam can use the mask? Is it? I guess it's a good melee mask. All right. Well, we'll disenchant them. Disenchanting Tatum them. Yoink. Oh, we got another Echo of Magic. That means I can make 1 wrist enchant. Those things are too uncommon, I feel like. I have it on the Beastmaster? Oh, do I? I'm not giving it to Sam. I'm not going to give him any of my good loot on my alt character. He doesn't deserve it. There's no strength on that mask? I have no idea. I don't remember at all. You gotta earn it. Yeah, you gotta earn that stuff, man. You don't just get handed stuff. As like over half of the items that I have on Criddle have been handed to me. Let's see. Isar gave me... Actually, no, I was there to earn most of this. Isar gave me these greaves. He did give me those. He did give me this ring. Kaz gave me these Vindicator gauntlets. And he gave me this cloak. So, what's that? How many items? 4? 4 of my items I was handed to. And I didn't camp them at all. So. How many shots does Bob have to jump in front of to earn something? Poor Bob. Bob gets abused. And the red shirt. Yes, and the red shirt. That's another one that Isar has given me. Isar gave you a bracer? He's just too nice. Isar, stop being so nice. Stop camping stuff for everybody and detecting if they have cancer before it gets to the... I don't know where I'm going with this. Isar's real life is to detect cancer at early stages. That's his job. That's where I was going with it, and I didn't know exactly how else to spin that one. So, joke lost. Totally lost that joke. I think helping camp 60+ hour vest pays for items you might get. I don't know, man. I don't know. I definitely did help. I helped with that, but Isar has camped things far longer. People who fall off elephants. Did you seriously have somebody fall off an elephant and you had to like check their scans? What the heck, dude? Oh, we get some of the best stories between Isar and Kaz. Oh my god. The two of them have gotten more people to leave Discord chat than any other 2 people that I've ever known. They sit there and they talk about some of the craziest things. It's like, well, yep. Immediately after he mentioned the elephant, he wondered where he could go ride one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I would wonder how I could fall off an elephant too. Where did you go to fall off an elephant? I want to go do that. I had the pleasure of riding an elephant one time when I was a kid. Do they even do that anymore? I wonder if that's become like a liability thing that just costs too much money these days. And they don't let kids ride elephants. They do that still? It's probably, is it crazy expensive? For $10,000, your kid can ride an elephant for 60 seconds. Oh my god. Some dumb millionaire's like, okay. I don't know how I became a millionaire, but I'll do it. What? You are so dumb to spend stupid amounts of money on really stupid stuff, but somehow you became a millionaire. I saw that the other day on, my girlfriend was watching the news, and it was like The View kind of news. Just like these women up on TV talking about really stupid stuff. That kind of program, right? And they had a bracelet that's supposed to keep you cool, right? So it's like an air conditioning bracelet. You put it on your wrist, and it lowers your body temperature to keep you cool when you're out in the hot summer weather. And I'm like, how the heck does that even work, first of all? But secondly, here's the kicker. Here's the part that it's like really dumb. It takes 4 hours to charge for 30 minutes of cooling. And it only costs the low price of $500. I was like, what idiot would buy that? Like, are you serious? Well, are you supposed to be using this thing to get it like on the surface of Mars? Like, okay, guys, we're gonna charge it and then we're gonna put it on and run outside for 30 minutes to keep cool. I mean, how about you just go outside, do the thing for 30 minutes, go back inside and cool off for 4 hours. And then go back outside for 30 minutes again. And then go back inside for 4 hours and cool off. Like, in what situation would that be used and wanted? Unless you own like 8 of them. In which case you just charge them and you just replace them every 30 minutes. You put a different one on? Like, I just don't understand. Oh my gosh, dude. I was like, some of the smartest people in the world somehow get money, and then the dumbest people end up getting the money and spending it. Apparently because Isar had to look a scan for someone who did. Uh-oh. The Ren Fair near me occasionally have elephants to ride? Really? That's nuts. I don't think I've seen an elephant outside of the zoo. In, I don't know for how long. Last time I went to a zoo or something like that, I think I went to SeaWorld. And it kind of irritated me. I was like, you know how you could like go and you can feed, we used to be able to feed the giraffes and feed all sorts of different animals at the zoo when I was a kid. And you would put like a quarter into a machine, turn the little thing, get a handful of food and just go give it to the animals. And we used to do that all the time. Nope. Not last time I went. Now it was like, you got to pay $500 extra ticket for the VIP pass. And then you got to buy organic lettuce from them for like, you know, $30 a head to be able to get, like, what? It was so expensive just to do anything fun at the zoo. Paid big bucks for our kid to get a penguin at SeaWorld. Yes! Like, it's crazy. My son is really, he loves animals. So my ex-wife paid for that. She went and got like, he loves penguins. Penguins are like one of his favorite animals. But she paid for like this penguin experience for him for birthday or Christmas or something. And it was a big gift for him. But it was so stinking expensive. Just to be able to like, you know, help take care of the penguins. Nuts. You laugh every time he gets feared. It's always him. It's because he's the lowest level. I bet you fear's going off more often, and everybody else is just resisting it, and we're just not noticing. But Sam's getting feared because he's the lower level. Poor Sam. Sam's like, I'm out of here, guys. I don't want to be at this camp anymore. Named Ink. Uh-oh, we getting Costco again? Or are we getting the Grove Keeper? It's a surprise. Who knows? Maybe. Did it take the long route? Wait. It stopped at Costco stopped at Costco to get a shield before coming. That's what took so long. He's like, hey guys, I'm going to go get a boogie board real quick. You guys want one? Oh, dude. We used to use boogie boards as shields when I was a kid. We'd get water gun fights and get our boogie boards and run around, hold the boogie board and shoot water guns. Good times. Costco's Fortitude. There it is. Look at that. Stamina, agility, dex, and charisma. 25 HP. That's pretty good. It's not good? You don't like that? Wait, what am I wearing? Hang on a second. Strength, stamina, charisma. So that's got more stamina, so more HP, 2 more agility on it. Oh, I can't even use that. That's interesting. Why is that not usable by tanks? That's weird. All right, well, I guess that's going in the... Oh, wait, somebody looted it. Okay. Fine. Keep it. Go for it. You took it for fun? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. You know me. I don't care about nothing. Well, I do care about stuff. I always found that weird. Fighters should be able to wear pretty much everything. They really should. Oh, yeah, more spiked pauldrons. All right, are we ready to disenchant these yet? Because we've gotten 3 pairs of the spiked pauldrons. I can't pick them up, so if somebody wants to pick them up, you can. DE them? Okay. Well, I'll DE my own. And then pick those up, I guess. Oh no, where'd they go? Oh, there you go. Okay. I got my shoulders back. Oh no! I don't need another pair, Esar. Your DE skill's not high enough? It doesn't need to be that high. Mine's at like 62 or something. Let me look. Disenchanting is mine's only 66. And I pretty much can disenchant everything. It does take a while to level though. You'll get a lot of fails on high level stuff. I highly recommend picking one person to DE stuff. Otherwise, you're just going to be wasting so many magic items. Because you'll just fail a bunch. It's even in their lore, Master of Armor and Weapons. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. But they can't use all armor and weapons. Like, what? What the heck? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, I've had a blast today. But my lady is making some crab legs for dinner for the fam. And I would like to go and spend time with the family and eat those crab legs. So I think I'm going to call the stream there for today. Tomorrow's Monday. I'll be back on normal time tomorrow around 9 a.m. Eastern. So definitely come in, say hello. I'm going to try to do some giveaways if Burl is able. We're going to try to do some beta access giveaways tomorrow. I think my plan tomorrow is to play the Beastmaster a bunch and try to power level it. I'm going to see if I can get Esar to help power level me or something tomorrow, depending on what he wants to do and what his work schedule looks like and everything. But I want to try to level up my Beastmaster as close as I can to 40 in preparation for potentially getting Fallen Watch on Tuesday. So that, I think, is going to be the plan for tomorrow. I don't know exactly how it'll all play out, but yeah, that's going to be the plan. Thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. It's been delightful watching you today. Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Dan. You're awesome, dude. Nihilus, peace out. Take care. Have a good one. Uneasy Cow, Moo. Have a good one, guys. Appreciate y'all being here. Bye.